And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and you're watching Let's Talk About Seamoss. And I'm in the warehouse tonight, and started a little bit earlier just in case, because I know there's some people, different time zones and stuff like that. Not everybody can get up, not get up, but stay up as late as 9:30 St. Lucia time. That's like 10:30. So hopefully more people will come in. Actually, having a little bit of a snack um, just as we get started here, because I've been so busy today. I haven't had time to eat anything, and I think I'm gonna open up the clubhouse too. Ooh, that was spicy. Nice, Data. Just getting off work. I'm just starting work. I just left. Tonight was pasta Sundays, I guess you would call it. Everybody makes your own pasta night, so that's what we did. So I have penne with some cream vodka sauce and spinach, and then there's some sausage and olives in it. And Natasha, yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm doing great, and the business is growing. Um, you know what I mean? I've been having a great time. I'm really excited about just the things that we're trying to do this year. And yeah, I mean, it's um, it's definitely exciting. Let me do this a different way. Let's talk about Seamoss. So let me know if any of you guys have any questions. I know it's kind of getting a little slow to start. If you want to join me in as a guest, I can bring you on with your video. I can just post a link in the chat there. Um, I know there's always some people in the clubhouse, and if you want to follow us on the clubhouse, we have a CMOS club. It's called the CMOS Club, and you can join there and find out when I'm doing talks about CMOS, which is pretty much every Sunday and Wednesday. Um, so today, it's 9:15, and then host club. Let's see, where is it? The CMOS Club. Boom. Replays on. Open discussion about CMOS and all things related to CMOS. Let's do it. Start the room. There. Let's see who joins. So yeah, I'm really curious to see if anybody has any questions first before I start talking, because I really didn't have anything to discuss this week, like pretty much every week. Uh, Although I did have one thought about something I want to talk about, and it pertains to marketing and scaling a business. But I don't want to do it right away. I kind of want to wait. So you're gonna have to stick around for at least an hour before I bring that topic up. But I have this like ingenious idea or possibility that I can share with everybody, and I think it might be good for all these people who are really um, serious about wanting to scale their business, especially in the ways of Facebook marketing and stuff, but not sure how to start or where to go. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's polite to be eating on video or not, but the show must go on. You know what I mean? It's good pasta. It's spicy. So, doesn't seem like anybody has any questions. Um, wonder what I could talk about and share about that I haven't discussed in a while. Hmm. I always like to default to my Seamoss research. That I put it under. Mm, 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 mm. I think it's under Seamoss docs. Have you discussed the 92 minerals? Yeah, we've discussed it a few times. I mean, I can bring it up again. Um, I don't believe that there is a lot of information that supports the 92 mineral theory. You know what I mean? From what I see, um, there is something like 60 elements that the human body uses. Here, I'll share you this web page. Let me pull it up first. And so naturally, there needs to be always more research. This is just one website that I've found. I haven't really gone into too much of the details, but when you share in this site, it talks about what elements are present in the human body. And so you can see that there. Yeah, Natasha, it is becoming such a big thing now. And what's interesting, what I've noticed recently, is the amount of people that are insisting on the having the proper documentation. I'm getting requests like left, right, and center for people that are asking me for, like, do you have the phytosanitary certificate? Just show that I have it from St. Lucia. I'm okay. I get it. I mean, you want to check it out, but if you really just did some research and like browse the page, our company is St. Lucia. Of course, it's like, you know what I mean, straight from St. Lucia. You know what I mean? Yes, you can use CMOS as an emulsifier. I'm not exactly sure how, but it's definitely used in a lot of foods to emulsify. Um, you know what? Maybe after we read a little bit more of this document here, let's research that and see how we use CMOS as a emulsifier. 'Cause I know you can use it to make ice creams and stuff. right? So, based on the number of atoms and their contribution to the total weight of the human body, the elements can be divided in three groups: main elements, secondary elements, and trace elements. So, the main elements are hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. You know what I mean? So, there's like sort of like a breakdown of the percentage. So the four main elements, oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen, are responsible for approximately 96% of the mass of the human body. So the secondary elements include calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, sodium, chlorine, and magnesium. And then after that, there's about 49 elements and trace quantities in the human body. However, of these 49 elements, some are believed to be essential for life, while others serve no purpose but do no harm. These substances are considered contaminants. Examples are like aluminum, titanium, cesium, silver. So the trace elements that are essential for life include iron, zinc, copper, iodine, selenium, chromium, magnesium, lithium, biothium, and cobalt. Iron is perhaps the most important. There's some of the references. Yeah, but Tayada, you could use carrageenan as an emulsifier, and you can also use agar-agar as an emulsifier. So either way, whether you're using Condorus crispus or Garcilaria, you should be able to use both as an emulsifier. Yeah. No. Well, it definitely has some information here on using it with the Garcilaria, not the Garcilaria, Condorus crispus. There's a Let me share the page. Yeah, so it can be also derived from Capricipes alvarez, which is another term for Eucadima cottontae. So pretty similar to that. So this is a pretty interesting article. It goes a little bit about. I don't want to go and read it word for word, but if you want to go, I'm going to post a link in the comments there. It's really going in a bit about the use of the carrageenan and medical uses in CMOS and how it's stripped from the CMOS in the cellular level, and that you know in some ways when it's manufactured like that, a process like that, the the um, the health benefit is not the same, basically. But I know you should be able to use it like for like as a thickener, especially in like soups and stuff like that. Um, it should gel up really quick when you use it. The pasta is really good. Enjoying this. So, what else can we discuss? I mean, we can go more into this article here. What's interesting is they're bringing up Bonner's Christmas a lot, but they've never shown one picture of it. All the same, Seamoss. Well, wait a minute. Maybe this is a little bit different here. There's Seamoss food recipes. Here's a nice recipe. Actually, there's this Seamoss popsicles, vegan pudding. Can you guys see that? That looks good. But, 3-layer alkaline vegan no bake electric fruit cake. fresh coconut meat, 2 tablespoons Seamoss jelly, and dates until creamy. If needed, add spoonful of coconut water in the mix. Second layer, 3, 4 mangoes. Oh, that looks good. Here's another one. It's like the squash pie. Wow, tasty stuff. Mhm. No, that looks really good. It's cool that you can find on Pinterest, like these different desserts. Like, oh, chocolate mousse. And there's an avocado with a sweetener. These things look badass. I think these would be like an amazing like product for Seamoss. And stores would love it because they can keep it in their cooler and stuff. And if it's made with like fresh fruits and stuff like that, then it kind of will last longer and be more like they'll lock the nutrients with the different fruits and stuff. And you can almost sell it like a portion. You know, like I don't know, someone should look up and find like a freezy pack. You know what I mean? So they can do a group of freezies. Hey Reginald, I didn't see you come in there on Clubhouse. Welcome. Mm. So Nick Dash has got a question here for me. Um, how do I make my CMOS? So that's a good question. I actually make my CMOS in advance, probably about um, yeah. I don't do it the way what you call it the traditional way. My dad does it one way, and I do it a totally different way. Um, so the way I make the CMOS is that I basically soak up maybe about a pound or two at one time, clean it all up, and then I blend it all, and then I put it into these freezer bags. Well, not freezer bags, but hang on one second, I got one right here. Also, I put them in these containers, and then I store them, and then I pop one of these out like once a week, and yeah, I use those to make to have my CMOS. And so that way I kind of portion control it, and then I make sure that I yeah, portion, and I make sure that I don't make too much. And the thing is, like it's hard. It's not easy making CMOS every day or every couple weeks. You know what I mean? Unless I had a business doing it, like to sell it, I probably wouldn't do that. Like for the most part, I was getting other people. I was paying to buy this CMOS gel off them. But I have so much CMOS here, it kind of doesn't make sense. You know, at this point, paying someone to do it. You know, excuse me. So that's where I'm at with my CMOS. Yeah, and in the Caribbean. So Natasha said, I'm West Indian. I think your dad makes it the way we are used to. We wash it, clean it, and then we boil ours. And pretty much everybody in the Caribbean does it that way, as far as I'm aware of. My partner boils it when he makes his drinks and stuff. Um, they don't do it raw like how we do it. You know, they have concerns about it being um, not healthy for you, really, or dangerous because there could be a lot of possible like organisms and stuff in the ocean that came in with the sea moss. Like it's clean, but it's not like disinfected. You know, like that's why you're supposed to clean it. Hmm. That's just, I really can't get into the raw, and to each his own. To me, it's like this: as long as you're getting benefits, as long as you're happy with what you're doing, it doesn't matter. You know, it's working for you. How can someone tell you that what you're doing is wrong? You know what I mean? I think that there's benefits both ways. You know what I mean? I even wonder if boiling it unlocks certain like converts it in a certain way that might be different than if it was raw. You know, I know when you're talking about being like the alkaline diet and stuff in that Uchla village, they're boiling it. You know what I mean? So a lot of places are boiling it. You know what I mean? So it's only I think in North America where they don't boil it. Every other country boils. Every everybody up until recently, they've always boiled it. So I see nothing wrong. Um, I don't know why I don't boil it though, but I guess to me it's just one extra step that's not necessary for me. I'm fine. I got like an iron gut. And I think maybe even not boiling it, you'll have more probiotics or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know. But, hey, what's up, Reginald? Did you have a question or something you wanted to talk about?
No, not yet, not yet. But I heard you guys talking about how to prepare the sea moss. I've done both as far as blending, just straight like soaking it, washing it, soaking it with the limes and everything, and just blending it straight like that. And I've also boiled it. I think the boiling, I found that the boiling it comes out, it seems as though it comes out a little bit more potent. Um, but then it comes out super, super thick too. Like it comes out super thick. But I usually go with the traditional, like our way, and just like straight boil. I mean, straight blend it up.
Blend it up.
Yeah. But as far as like putting heat to it, usually I like boil different herbs, maybe like ginger or turmeric or whatever different herbs, elderberry, and I'll boil those herbs, and then I will pour that water in the blender with the sea moss while it's still hot, and let it sit there for maybe like 5 minutes, and then start blending it up.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as like, I guess kind of disinfecting it a little bit, or taking whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I add hot water to mine too when I find it makes the gel more smoother when you add a little bit of
yeah, definitely,
warm water to
definitely.
it, you know. And yeah, I think it does make it a little something active is activated when you boil it that makes it more potent. I think I don't know what it is. Maybe we'd have to do some tests, see like what is the chemical composition of the sea moss when it is boiled, and then one like take the same sea moss and make one that's boiled, and make one that's like not, and then run it through some kind of test or something, and then see what people say. I don't know.
Yeah, because I know before I was kind of skeptical about boiling it because they say that it loses nutrients, but it's a lot of different herbs that actually needs to be boiled for those nutrients to be activated.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I say, when I did, try to boil it, it was like it seemed as though it was a little bit more potent. Like it was like, oh wow, like okay, but I guess the quicker, convenient way would be to just soak it and blend it up. So, and then I haven't just mastered how to get that smooth texture with boiling also, because it comes out like super thick.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you get it boiled, it really thickens up. You know, that's what I've noticed at least. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, there's no right or wrong way to take CMOS, in my opinion. As long as you take it and you try to have a good, healthy lifestyle, you're trying, you know.
Yeah, that's mainly kind of what I try to tell my customers is like, hey, like, they go for taste, 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 and I'm like, hey, like health, 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 health. Like we selling health benefits. Like we can make it taste good, but it's more about the health, not about the taste.
True, true. But when you're new to CMOS, you want it to taste good. You know, let's be realistic. You know, like I don't know. I don't fault anybody for it. Like there's people that are like kind of like I've seen them get all like freaky because they're like, oh my god, you shouldn't be adding this to it, adding that to it, And I mean they got a point in some ways, but I also feel like okay, hey, you know, like you're taking the CMOS, whether you just gotta be don't fool yourself into thinking that you're taking the same amount of CMOS as someone that is taking it raw, you know. But I think there's like too many people that are just focusing just on CMOS. Do you know what I mean? Like you
Yeah,
said, there's all these other herbs to add into all the other um like in your lifestyle and your diet, like you know, you know, cleansers and whatever. Like I don't know. Like I need to learn more about this stuff. You know what I mean?
I think CMOS is like such a big, I wouldn't say trend, but it's kind of the big thing now, and it's kind of making people focus more on CMOS and not look at like kelp. Like kelp is good. Like
Yeah.
it's another sea vegetable that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Bladder rack, like that's great. And then it's abundance of different herbs that honestly I've never heard of until I actually started getting into sea moss, and then I started looking into other herbs like ashwagandha, astragalus, like all these other different herbs that we have that
Mm-hmm.
have their own benefits by their self. Seamoss is great, but then we have so much other stuff that like I use the example. I use the example with my customers. It's like like back in the day, or in the motherland or whatnot. Like it wasn't pharmaceuticals, it wasn't medicine or anything. It was like, hey, I have this problem, and you're going to the doctor. I guess you could say like the doctor, but they're going to get herbs out the field to heal these different problems and these different ailments. So it was like you actually go into the field to get these herbs as opposed to medicine, and that's what mostly with my family, but customers too. Like I'm trying to get them back to that natural healing, way, because it's literally a plant for everything to heal everything, or to reverse everything that's going on within any ailments or anything as such.
No, you're right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Someone here was asking, have you ever used isinglass? Have you used isinglass in making the CMOS? I haven't, but I know there's a guy from at my church. He swears by the isinglass. He's like, you can't make it without the isinglass.
I think, but
Yeah, I've
I've
never
never
heard
heard
of
of it honestly.
isinglass. It's some kind of like crystal glass thing that they make, and I think it's with like I don't know. I have to do some research on it, but it is like when I have no idea what it is. I've never used it. Like I know in a lot of Caribbeans they'll use it in the cooking and stuff like that. Natasha, I don't know if you can explain or type in what isinglass is made out of. That might help. I'd be curious to know.
So,
Yeah, I have no idea.
yeah, I have no idea.
But I heard it's popular, and it adds to the because a lot of people when they're making the Seamoss, like they're making it more like it's like a gel, you know what I mean, or like a drink. Sorry, like the, the the way we make it in North America, it's more like a gel where when they're making it, they add the spices and everything, and it turns into an actual drink. They don't take it and then throw it in with you know what I mean? Throw it in with they don't add spices and stuff. Hold on one second. Empress, I invite you to come up and speak. Welcome. So Natasha's saying that the isinglass is a kind of gelatin obtained from a fish, especially sturgeon, and used in making jellies, glue, and for clarifying ale. Oh, cool! I never knew it. It's not vegan. It's fish collagen. Interesting. So I guess they use that as an added thickener or adding more minerals to the sea moss. Right. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. Doesn't sound too appetizing to me. But that's, team each his own, right? That's how I see it.
And there's icing glass, like cake icing, like icing glass.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said there's icing glass, like ICING icing glass.
Yeah, or ISING glass, all one word.
Okay, definitely have to look into
Yeah. I've seen it in the Caribbean stores. Like it's not anything I would say uncommon or whatever. pulling up some full spectrum. Check that out. Too bad you can't see it on the camera, but I'm sorting out some Seamoss that I'm doing some packages.
What are you on Facebook Live?
I'm taking the mixed Seamoss, what do they call it, full spectrum or whatever, and then I'm making smaller 1 pound packages. So I gotta take different colors sometimes to balance it. Sometimes they don't mix it up properly. So you end up
Yeah, I'm
getting one.
gonna check out Facebook Live real quick and see. I like Clubhouse because like Clubhouse you can like leave out and kind of just let it play in the background.
Yeah, no, it's a lot different than having to be on sort of like video. No, you're right. Because even now with me, I'm kind of moving around, and like if you're watching me on the video, it's like I'm on screen, off screen. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to basically, you know, kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, and that's to weigh out some sea moss while I talk to people about sea moss. You know, but I'm actually pretty been doing a lot of research lately on advertising and marketing. So I'm pretty excited about how to get kind of like I stepped away from it for a long time, but I'm gonna get back into um, doing social media advertising. It should be pretty cool to kind of like see how much I can scale the business. You know, like how many pounds or how much dollars can I sell every day, and to see how the advertising can contribute that. Because from the research I'm doing, there's this stuff called ROAS, which stands for return on ad spend. And so the whole idea of you doing social media advertising is to kind of figure out how much money you can spend on advertising before you lose money. And so that as long as you can balance the amount of money that you spend on advertising and then still make a profit, you can kind of like spend as much money on advertising as you want, and you'll still be ahead of the curve because you've factored in these sort of formulas, which mainly is return on ad spend.
And ROAS, is that like an app or that's like a website or?
So ROAS is an acronym and stands for return on ad spend, right? And so what you do is you kind of like take how much money it costs you to produce the product, how much you sell the product. So you separate it and you figure out what your um, cost is on the product, like how much it costs. Like every time you sell a product, this is like your sort of estimated profit. And then they give you, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but there's a way to calculate it with a simple formula. Whereas every dollar you spend on an ad results in a conversion, right? Or
Okay.
certain amount of
Okay.
dollars results in the conversion. And so the return on ad spend is basically like they do it in these ROAS where it's like ROAS of like six or something. So a six ROAS means for every dollar you spent on advertising, you did $7 worth of sales. So if I spent $1,000 on advertising, I would have $7,000 worth of sales. Now,
Uh,
if it costs you only $1,000 or $2,000 to produce that product, that much amount of sales, and then your advertising is only 1,000, you're still profiting like $3,000. And so in some
yeah.
ways, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't matter how much you spend on advertising as long as you get that return, that rate of return back on what you spend on advertising. And so with a lot of these dropship guys that are making like millions of dollars, how they're doing it is they're basically coming out with a product, figuring out what the return on the ad spend is, finding the right sort of audience that buys into that type of product, and they just hammer them with advertising as much as they can spend because they know that for every dollar that they spend, you know what I mean, on advertising, it's going to result in $6 worth of sales, or $7 worth of sales. And if it costs them $1 to produce that one sale, then they're making $6. You know what I mean? Like, or they're
Yeah.
making
Yeah. Yeah.
$5, yeah, off that total transaction. Because that's the thing too. Even when I look at mine, we have an average order where it's like an average order is like say $100. Well, if I can spend, say, $100 a day and get 10 orders that average $100, that's 1,000. You know what I mean? That's $1,000 worth of sales at $900.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah. So Natasha says, "I'm curious to know which method of sea moss lasts longer, boiled or blended raw." Boiled. Boiled will always last longer because it kills a lot of I believe, kills a lot of the enzymes and stuff that are causing it to spoil. Like it just sanitizes, just it sterilizes, and so it's not going to be. Um, it's going to last longer. Plus, everybody that I've spoke to that boils the sea moss, has, like my dad can leave it on the counter for like a day and not worry about putting it in the fridge. That's how you know. That's how long it will last or keep. Yeah, boiling it is definitely a process that will keep it lasting longer. Sorry, I'm just mixing up with Seamoss here. Interesting array of Seamoss. So isinglass is also known as fish glue. Ugh. According to Tata, and she was saying if you want to see the difference, see which lasts longer. I mean, yeah, there's no better way to do a test. So Tata said do a test and see which lasts longer, boiled or you know the Seamoss, boiled or not boiled. Look at this. What's up, brethren? But sometimes I gotta look and see who's calling, who's messaging who, because it's hard to see on when they're on Facebook. Because it comes in as one feed for me.
So, what other platforms are you able to like message on? And do that come with video also?
Sorry?
I say, what other platforms are there like that you use to where people can message you on? Like, is YouTube, Clubhouse, Facebook, and is it anything else?
Yeah, so no, right now it's just YouTube and Facebook. But there's a couple channels on each one that like that I can go to. So I have it streaming on the Seamoss Buyers Club, and then I also have it streaming on my own Facebook page. Oh, looks like I got a sliver. And then it's also on YouTube, and then that streams to. I have YouTube. What is it? The Facebook. Sorry, not you. The CMOS Talk, and then I got the CMOS Company page. So it's like a couple YouTube ones. But I think the package I use is Restream. And so on Restream, you can basically stream it to like as many different channels as you want. You can stream them to these like what's called RTMP channels, and pretty serious what you can get to. You can even link it up. You got to pay extra for it, but you can link it up with like your OBS or if you're using like a Zoom, you can restream the Zoom event. Yeah. So what's up, Mustang?
Coolin', brother. How you?
Hmm?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you good. I just cut you off because I'm quick to like respond.
Nah, I said I'm coolin', man. How you doing?
I'm there. I'm there. I had a busy morning, and then had a quick nap, and then realized I got all these orders that I got to come out and do, and so I was like, shit, let me go and do it while I'm doing the live stream, or else I'm never gonna do it, and I'm gonna like start tomorrow late, and,
I'll go
order.
ahead and tell you. Go ahead and give me 10 of them boxes you got in there on the floor, man.
Yeah, no problem. I'll ship them out to you. I'm actually like just got a shipment, and we're now like running out. We're gonna have to do another shipment. We didn't ship out enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm waiting on something. It's supposed to go out tomorrow, so um, just
Hmm.
sit back, see what happens.
Yeah.
The process.
Are you getting a lot of purple? That's something that we're running low on.
Yeah, well for me. I just got like 100 pounds of it.
Hmm.
So I mean, that's enough for me right now. On top of like what I got left, because I only have a little bit left. But yeah, I got 100 coming this way.
Yeah. Your guy ships by Amerijet, so he gets it kind of quick now, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, I thought they used
Or not Amerijet, sorry, American Airlines.
yeah, American Airlines. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's normally like 2 days. Like once he get it to the airport over there, it's like 2 days and it's here.
Hmm.
hmm
I got to. I'm gonna try American Airlines. We've been always using Amerijet, but
Mm. Yeah, I hear Merjet always been thrown around too, but I mean, you would know more intimately. You know, hey, I'm just like, oh, it started with United or American Airlines, and that's just what it's been. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think it's all the same thing. It's the same characters that run the place down there, as far as
Mm,
I can see, because it always seems like, you know what I mean. Everybody's dealing with the same person. You know what I mean? They all have to go to hacks to get like some kind of loading fee and stuff like that. So I don't know. I've
yeah.
never seen a separate office for American Airlines. It just seems like it's all the same place.
I'm trying to. I was just thinking, man. About some of the conversations we've been having in here, um, and thinking about expansion, right? So, um, going back to um, what you had told me a long time ago about, oh, you need to start thinking about buying 2, 3 times the amount of what you're
Hmm.
getting to be prepared, right? Great
Yeah.
idea, right? But you financially, you gotta be ready for that, right? And so everybody can't do that,
Hmm.
you know. But then it's like, so when opportunity come, right? And it's like, well, so you can handle what you can handle, right? But you know, I have these. Well, I have more than one contact. I mean, you know who I deal with on a regular basis, but I got
Hmm.
you. You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm trying to figure out now is, so if my stock get bought out or almost bought out, right, and then another order comes right behind it before I get something else in,
Hmm.
but I can't meet it, because I'm short by 80 pounds, or I might be short by 150 pounds. Who knows?
Hmm.
It's like, how do I utilize my contacts to fulfill that order? Because what's the point of having contacts if it's no benefit, as far as the workaround when stuff like that happens? So,
Hmm.
what's your suggestion for that, or like, how would you handle that?
Well, given the relationships you have with guys like me and like Ricky and a few other people, I would see if I would just say like, hey, if I ever need extra Seamoss, can we work out a price where you can ship some sea? Like, I can't speak for Ricky, but I'm pretty sure he would be happy to, like, you know what I mean, ship out a quick order. You just send him the money later. You know
Right,
what I mean? Because sometimes for us, it's not just about selling the CMOS, but moving the amount. You know what I mean? Because
right,
we have quotas in a sense to fill, and so you were saying it even the other day. Like you got to kind of sometimes got to flip the CMOS and just get rid of it. You know
yeah,
what I mean? And make a quick few $100 and then put it right back into the business to go get
hmm yeah,
more. You know
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, well, that's what Rick was saying in the beginning. Like, man, volume, volume. You know what I'm saying? Those twos and fews add up. You know, and then it's too about establishing relationships. Like, you don't want to, you don't want to turn down somebody
what I mean?
what 100 pounds or whatever because you weren't about. Well, I'm only gonna make 600, but
Hmm.
I could have made. 1800. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like take the six, get some more. You know what I'm saying? And,
Mm-hmm.
and keep it moving. You know,
Yeah.
it's more than one way to hustle. So
But even try to work out the price where you kind of get the guy on the hook saying, "Look, if I'm going to give you this price, then you got to come back every month." You know what I mean? Or like, every so often. Like that's where I give my best deals is when you're doing the volume because you know what I mean? You're I'm doing that, what I mean? Like if you're coming to me like every week for 10 pounds, then you might as well just come and get 50 pounds once a month.
right.
You know what I mean? And so I'll give you a better price if you're coming and doing it once a month because it's saving me time, saving you time. You know what I mean? And I can plan for it.
Yeah, but teaching that mindset, man, to that's the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Teaching people how to be business savvy. You know what I'm saying? Like you- uh, one person that I'm talking to, like it was supposed to be a 50 pound deal, turned into a 60 pound deal,
Hmm.
but if their business partner was ready at the same time and hadn't already ordered something from somewhere else, it would have been a 120 pound deal. I could
Hmm.
have handled it. I had enough to handle it, right? But um, so what she telling me now is like, well, when I get down to 25 pounds, I'm just gonna order another 60 pounds every single time, so that you know I'm just always on point.
Hmm.
Um, but I was just wondering, like what the workarounds are. I mean, because everybody still gotta make money,
Hmm.
and sometimes the relationships gotta be more important than the money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, if I got good people, you know what I'm saying, and they call me and they say, man, look, can you just shoot me 10, 15 pounds? I'm trying to work this situation. If I know I can trust them, you know what I'm saying, and it's not gonna turn into a thing,
Hmm.
then of course, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But if you feel like you always gotta make $1 off of every single thing, then somewhere along the line you're gonna be fucking up possible good relationships.
Yeah.
I'm saying
No.
you might not make no money off something this time, but then the next time around or the next couple of times around, you might see something bigger than what you initially was looking at when that time came around to look out.
Yeah. Facts. You know what I mean? And I'm definitely all for that. To me, it's like even like if you do once or twice, I don't mind. Like I'm not charging you for the work if it's not like it's like a favor. You know what I mean? It'd
Right,
be only if it was like doing it all the time because I already do it. There's this one girl that sells to me, and she's got a client in Canada. You know what I mean? And so she's like, "Can you just ship it to her because it's easier?" And it like doesn't make sense me shipping it to her and then she's got to pay to reship it back
right,
there, right?
yeah,
So I ship it there. I put her full company name on the label and everything, and then so it looks like it came from her company. And yeah, I just send it out there. I mean, it's fuck. Whether I sell it to her, I sell it to her. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'm still selling it. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like whatever. I just charge her whatever it costs me. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So
yeah, yeah.
my shipping's $10, then I'm charging you $10 for the shipping, and then that's it. You know.
So, I don't know. Sometimes, like, if somebody say something to me about Canada, I just immediately like Julian. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, I'm not trying to act like I'm in Canada, or what I'm saying. That's part of
Hmm.
the
But
the
I'm even cool if you want to reach out to because to me it's like whether you service them, I service them, or someone service. You know what I mean? We can't get all the clients. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like it's not worth the effort to be number one. That's what I see in this business. Just be a top player. That's
yeah,
that's As long as you're that, you'll be fine. You know what I mean? Sometimes being number one is not. It's not important to dominate the industry, and then you know what I mean. Like, so you spend so much of your time trying to control this area or whatever. It's like
Yeah, that shit sound good
if
when
it
you
happens, it happens. But
when you talking about it, but
yeah,
you know that's just not like I know for fact that's not always a reality. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't never know what people got going on business wise, like behind the scene. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta show me some shit. I'm not just eating what you set on the plate in front of me. You know what
hmm
I'm saying? Because I see too much of the out in the open reality on a daily basis, just dealing with people, especially with this Seamoss shit. You know what I'm saying? Like people, I don't know. I'm a hustler for real. You know what I'm saying? So the cloth I'm cut from is this different. I see shit. You know what I'm saying? And I know when stuff is situated a certain way, hustlers move a certain way. And I ain't just talking shit. I'm saying like it ain't about no illegal shit. I'm just saying just the principle behind hustling. Period. When
hmm
you straight and you situated, you move a certain way as a hustler. And if you not, or something in your character that ain't right, then you gonna move a certain way. But
hmm
everybody not gonna see it. I'm just saying I be seeing the smoke screens and the BS with people with regards to this, man. And people hungry and they just doing anything and current it any kind of way. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? But they'll sit and talk to you just like how we talking and talk all that good shit until it come time. You know what I'm saying? And then it be something totally different. I just rather you deal with me straight up. You know what I'm saying? Like tell me what it is off the rip, and I'm good with that because I don't feel like nobody owe me nothing
hmm
but the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like don't waste my time because this shit is crazy, man. I'm so sick and tired of seeing people arguing back and forth about the same shit with Seamoss, man. Like it's so unattractive, man. The shit ain't sexy, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in some of those, like especially in the CMOS Buyers Club, I don't think I see as much of what's really going on. I thought as the admin, I should be able to see everybody's posts and stuff like that, but I think there's a
Yeah.
lot of activity that goes on that I don't totally see. But what I find most amazing is that when you get in the ones where there's an argument or a debate about some kind of 92 minerals or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost like that's when you see the membership coming out, and they're always on like sort of like you know what I mean. Uh,
Yeah, that shit. The day was the boiling versus not boiling, and when I caught it right,
yeah,
I was I said I know Julien somewhere in here. You know what I'm saying? Like in these comments, but then when I didn't see you, and it just the thread was so long, and they were just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and I'm like, this is this. So some people lately just been like, making despairing comments about the group, you know,
hmm
because they like this is the shit that's going on in here now. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even like coming in a group no more because they feel like it's this always some conflict or nobody's really governing, the shit that's going on. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like everybody for themselves instead of it really being some eyes on shit, man, and it being some structure to it, man.
hmm
It turns it like so from the Paris perspective, you know, like I know you really care about Seamoss and from a more intimate level, right?
hmm
You probably part of the 2%. Everybody else trying to get money, man. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Because why else are you sitting and you arguing a point back and forth with a person? You know what I'm saying about this shit? Like why? And you really passionate about the people and all of that and on the ground with it and you don't even really argue, you just mess with people, you think it's funny, you know what I'm saying, like you make jokes out of the conflict, but people really just be going at it, man.
They take it very personal, which
Yeah,
is I don't know. It's it's crazy that they do that because it's they spend more time arguing than trying to get the information
yeah,
to sort of support whatever they're saying. I think
yeah,
in some ways they know that they're wrong. Do you know what I mean? But
yeah,
it's kind of like they've got so much invested in it that they can't just sit there and say, you know what, guys, you're right. You know,
yeah,
I don't know. Like beyond me. That's all I gotta say. It's beyond me because I don't know. I everybody was at a certain point when they're learning, but as they learn and they get more and they understand more about CMOS, you know what I mean? Like it's like there's just things you can't deny,
yeah,
And so I just hope these people they do their research and they get there one day to understand more about CMOS. But I think for me, like what makes me, and I always ask myself, like, why am I always like sticking my nose in this? Besides the fun that I have, kind of trolling people. Um, to me, it's like I know that there's a lot of other people in St. Lucia that are trying to sell their CMOS, and it's like they're running into this difficulty and they don't have the voice to what I mean to say like they're not in that position to kind of be outspoken. Do you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
In some ways, I not to say I can afford to be more of an asshole, but it's like I know how this game works to the point where I know I can take certain risks and say things that are true, but most people aren't wanting to say because they are they have fear of the reprisal. You know
right,
what I mean? Like I remember one time these company from St. Lucia that was starting out. You know what I mean? They were like, "What do we got to do?" These guys, they're going, especially with this Victor and him trying to tell everybody that Farm CMOS is fake and that's trash and stuff. So they're like, "Fuck, what do we do?" And I'm just like, "What can you do?" You know what I mean? You educate them and you hope they get it. And if they don't get it, then that's not your problem. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
yeah,
fuck them. Like you don't want to listen. You want to live under a rock. You don't want to like learn about farming to understand. Like the amount of people that tell me, like you know what I mean, it just blows my mind. Where they're like, "Oh, this is man intervention." It's like, you know what? You don't know one thing about CMOS farming. The moment you say that, because it is as natural as it can be. Like there's nothing that man is doing but cleaning the sea moss. You know
right.
what I mean?
But when you say sometimes you be asking yourself like why you sticking your head in it and you like trolling people, the line is you already getting money from it. When you're not getting money from it, your investment is different. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna be angry and be arguing instead of having a more even temper. You know what I'm saying, or open mind rather, not even temper, but just having an open mind. You're like you already getting money from it.
You,
So
you know,
it's not no money in the argument for you. You're not worried about that part of it. But if you're not really getting money from it in the way that you want to, then you're gonna beef all day. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? And think that it's making a difference, and it's
yeah.
really not. You know?
Because I know if I put my mind to it, I could sell it like a million different ways. One, that's one reason, and two, this is going to sound as cocky as shit, but it's a fact and it was truth. And I was saying this to someone the other day because some idiot was giving me an like irritated time, like kind of like having this because I was late on sending him. Actually, I don't want to say because when he watches the video, he'll anyways, this issue where this person came and was like, basically saying like, you better shape up your act if you want to, um, continue doing business with me. I got all mad. I'm saying this under my breath and stuff, but I'm just like, this guy fucking doesn't know. Like, no word of a lie. I have the best CMOS. I
Mm,
don't care what anybody says. I'm
right,
getting the best seat. Like, you may be getting as good as CMOS as I am, but guaranteed you're not getting better than I have. There's no way someone else is getting better CMOS than what we have.
right,
I know that. I
right,
have too much access. We have too much access. Too many people I can call up and get CMOS. Do you know what I
right,
mean? And make sure. And if that's not good CMOS, I can like. I don't have to just take what that person's giving to me.
right,
You
right,
know what I mean? And so to me, it's kind of like, well, fine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. At the end of the day, I want to do business with those. I learned this lesson in real estate, right? I had a girlfriend of mine that I grew up in high school with. She was a real estate agent, really successful. And I remember she was telling me the story about this client that was giving her a hard time and stuff like that. And I was
right,
like, why didn't you do this or why didn't you do that? Right. And she was like, no, man, I told him to step. And I was like, what? I'm like, yeah, man. Why, I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you just tell? She's like, listen, I don't got time to deal with these guys. If you want to sit there and question my work or question my ability or what I have and stuff like that, then beat it. Like, I want to work with people that are ready to go high five, let's go take on the world and let's fucking make some money. Do you know what I'm saying? So
right,
to me, it's like if you're giving me a hard time, if you're stressing me out, I don't want to do business with you. And
right.
I don't want to set up my business in such a way where I feel like I have to do business with people like that. So in
Yeah,
some ways, that's why I have these attitudes and I say what I say and do what I do because I want to attract the type of person that wants to do business with me, like who I am. You know what I mean? The real me. That's why I've always kept it 100. Like when you talk to me on the phone, I'm the same guy on the video as I am like off screen. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? I
yeah,
think the only time I'm different is when I'm on social media. Then I come on a little bit aggressive and a little bit cocky and stuff like that. But that to me is because that's how you play the game in that social arena. That's like a fictitious place. Like think about it. That's not real. You know what I mean? That
yeah,
like in that comment section, you're sitting behind a keyboard. Tick, 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 tick. You know what I mean? I could be anybody I want behind there. You know what I mean? And
mm,
so yes, Tata says you can't make everybody happy. You can't, and you will go crazy trying to make everybody happy. Make
mm-hmm,
yourself happy. You know what I mean? And focus on those that want to do business, and you'll attract that type of people that want to do business with you. You know
mm-hmm,
what I mean?
yeah,
I love the business that I do. You know what I mean? And I'm like meeting like I'm selling CMOS everywhere. I brought 15 pounds to church today and had a guy meet me outside church and slaying that 15 pound. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
And that's it. And then we had a cool conversation about CMOS while I was there, and that's like the business is exactly how I want it to be. Do you know what I mean? And that's how you got to kind of try to think is like, how do I want this business to be? So I'm trying to conform to like there's two ways to get into business. You can conform to what the market's doing, or you can show the market who you are and just wait until the market comes to you.
mm,
And so I choose to kind of like be the guy where I wait for the market to come to me. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
I, how I'm thinking about pushing forward, just for my brand is I want to understand the grades of CMOS fully, right?
Mhm.
And because I think that's important. Like that night that you and Rick had brought up the grade A, grade B, that
Mhm.
type of thing. You know, I want to be able to identify and be able to explain to people um like what that means. Even with my own CMOS, like because really, I mean, outside of appearance, right? And appearances can be deceiving for different reasons when you're dealing with all kind of products, right? But like when when I told you who I was dealing with, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You gave me background. Rick gave me background. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My guy in Philly gave me background, and so um, but I want to understand like the grades, see, like what really makes CMOS like grade A, as opposed to grade B. Because like, is it just like two grades of CMOS, or is it more?
Um, and technically there's two grades, grade A, grade B, but
Mm,
there's so much sort of mixed on what is defined. There's no sort of set standard on what defines grade A and
mm,
what defines really grade B, except
mm,
for most grade B is going to have black like lines in them, but a
mm,
lot of it. Like
mm,
grade A, you're still going to have that, occasionally, especially on like on the tips and stuff. You'll find
mm.
it, but the grade B and stuff, it's more within that, and there'll be more. It's almost like you see it, you know it. You know what I mean? It's just not like it's. I don't want to get into too much detail because, like I said, there's so much variance in it where I don't want to describe something and then you're like, oh, that's grade B when it's like in some cases it might not. It's like you'd almost have to show it to me and stuff. But like this is what we would call like grade A.
Right.
Very clean. You know what I mean? There's no, but even this, there's some like,
Lighter pieces.
yeah, there's some lighter pieces, some darker. You're gonna get that naturally. That's like a possible avoid. But sometimes you'll get the black marks.
But is that so? But is that something that comes from improper curing? During the drying process,
Hmm.
and then because of that, it's like, okay, so this a little bit lighter in spots. You know what I'm saying? But that
Yeah.
that don't make it bad. CMOS. You know what I'm saying? It's just not as visually appealing as some other pieces might be.
And that's really when you look at the even the grades between grade A and grade B, that's where it comes more of a visual grade as opposed to uh, like a nutrient quality grade,
Right.
right? But then there's also like CMOS that smells off. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm,
and I mean sometimes it smells off, and you think it's because something's wrong with it, but it's because like the water he used when he cleaned it didn't, wasn't fresh seawater or something like that. You know what I mean?
right.
And
Right.
so the he didn't rinse it properly or something like that, and then that's the smell, but it's still decent sea moss. You know what I mean? And
You just might have to finish doing the cleaning. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah. I've never personally had to deal with that, and it's just like all the CMOS that I've ever gotten from them is like super clean,
hmm,
really even, always fully dry, always beautiful.
hmm, hmm.
You know, so
And that's typically how it is. You know what I mean?
mm,
It's like, let me see. Give me one second. Let me see if I can pull because we do have sometimes occasionally like a box that comes in that's like B grade that we don't sell, or I have people that buy it just because they like gel. They only make gel.
mm.
So you look on Google.
So just real quick, when we speak on like the different grades, we're not talking about different species. We're talking about maybe one species, but each species may have different grades to them.
Yeah, I'm talking about quality grade. Like how clean sort of like
Sean, that's you.
no,
No, this Reggie, this Reginald.
Oh, okay. How you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. What about yourself?
Cooling, man. Cooling.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you. I think in the CMOS buyers group, I'm like, yeah, my CMOS king, like, he doing this thing. I'll be seeing you with the packages and everything. I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm trying to get to that level. I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get past that level. You know, it's always gonna be levels, right?
Like what Meek Mill says, levels to this shit. Like,
Yeah,
levels is literally levels. Like we just continue to level up, keep on growing, keep on, pushing forward.
yeah. And sitting front and center right here, getting the game, man.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I guess I randomly ran across this group and the live stream, and then the first one I was like, oh, and so now every Sunday and Wednesday I'm like, well, here we go, 8:30.
Gotta get in, yeah.
I'm looking forward to it every Sunday and Wednesday. Like, come on, let's go.
Nice. Yeah, man. I appreciate the support, and it's everybody kind of communicating, having a conversation. That's what to me what makes this different and its own. You know what I mean? Like, how do we say it? Like that's what makes us special. In a, you know what I mean? Because it's not like all these other shows and stuff, and it's really more about an open um, platform where everybody can just listen and discuss, and there's no judgment. You know what I mean? Like I'm not here to judge anybody and say to anybody. That's why sometimes I wish these people that disagree with me would come on the show and kind of
Yeah,
have an open discussion as to why they have a belief. Because sometimes you can't articulate yourself in the chat room as good as you can on a video talking like this. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
I'm open to listen to anybody because you know what? At the end of the day, I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I get on camera as a student. I don't get on there as you know what I'm saying, like the dude that's mentoring somebody like the stuff that you doing, or somebody else like Rick or whatever. Like I get on here as a student
But
every time.
me too. I'm a student too. Because
Yeah,
not everything that I'm talking about I know. And not only that, but like when people ask me these questions, you know what I mean, looking for answers, if I don't have the answer, then I have to go look for the you know what I mean? Like it's
hmm,
the constant it's like practice. I'm practicing talking about CMOS all the time.
yeah,
Think about that. Like this, you know what I mean? To some people, they think it's just this ordinary show, but now, like, because I'm doing this every Wednesday and Sunday, you can come and talk to me about CMOS anytime, and I'm like, I got something. You know what I mean? Because I'm
yeah,
just comfortable. I had so much practice. You know?
yeah.
Yeah. But
What's
here's some examples of, and these aren't really the best because we got some good CMOS in it. But you see how there's that dark patch there?
yeah,
Yeah, and there. So the grade B will have that like pretty much riddled all over
mm,
the CMOS. Even with this one here, it's got some pieces in here and stuff like that. And so for making gel, it's fine, right? But if you're selling this and you're going to, sell it to someone who's then going to make it gel, they'll tend to be kind of like, oh, what's all that black mark? You know what I mean? And really, you just kind of cut it out, or I've cleaned it with lime and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
right.
And gotten rid of it that way. So it's not totally harmful. It's not like it doesn't add or take away from the taste of the sea moss or anything like that.
Yeah,
You know? It's just I know from a reseller's point of view, if you're trying to resell this in packaging, this stuff, the B grade, is less. It's more. It's less desirable.
strictly behind appearance though.
Yeah, but it's all appearance because yeah, the quality's there. You can take the in some ways this stuff is really good. You know what I mean?
You got a
Especially
question on there too, Julian, from Alyssa Huntley is asking about the best way to get her product in stores.
oh, okay. All right, here. Hello, can you see? Well, I think I've shared this technique that we've been successful in getting stores in Montreal, and that is the 30-day consignment, where we're going to them and selling them a 3.5 ounce package for $29 or 20. We tell them you can retail it between anywhere between $25 to $29, right? This is Canadian funds, and then we're selling it to them for $15. So they can either make $10 to $15 profit off it. And then we give them 30-day terms, and then we offer three flavors, which is gold, purple, and green. And then so that like a starter pack that we kind of start them off would be three of each kind, right? Or sorry, five of each kind. So there'd be 15 packages, five of each kind, and I think that works out to be. Well, let's do um, 3.5 times 15. That's 52 ounces divided by 16. So that's like 3.25 or 3.3 pounds that you're giving to that person to hold on to. And so that is so 3.2 pounds times, say you paid, I don't know, $30 for that pound. So that's $96 or 100 bucks, right? And if you did 15 times 15, that's 200 minus 98 bucks. So that's $127, right? And if you could do say 20 stores, that's 2,500. So maybe you have to do like 50 stores. Maybe that's the magic number. You got to get it yourself into 50 stores and get them to buy that much every month. And so that would be the 127 times 50, 6,000, and that would be your profit. I think the way I just calculated that, right?
And shit, you might not need 25 stores to do it. You might have 10 stores that move that volume. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's true.
yeah.
That's assuming that they just move those 15 every month.
And these juice bars and smoothie places that be using Seamoss in their drinks and stuff like that. Those are some of those store platforms would be the best places to
Mm-hmm.
go and talk to because that's what I plan on doing. I'm just trying to figure out these packages first. But juice bars, smoothie places, health food stores, herbal shots.
Yeah, all of those are good locations. You know what I mean? You
Mm,
almost got to like create like a circle, what I call like a circle of influence, but it's just like a list or brainstorm of all the potential people that you think or places that you can see CMOS being in, and then just go hit those places up, you know,
mm,
and see, try different places, different ways, and just run through the list and just go for it. But I know this that the idea of doing the 30-day consignment and making it so that they can get 40 or 50% profit off the item, it's almost like a no-brainer. Like I don't know anybody that would say no to that. You know what I mean? The only reason why they would say no would be that they don't have the shelf space, But to me, it's kind of like, you can't lose if you put it in there and you hold it for 30 days and then come back 30 days later and you'll take back whatever they didn't sell. And if they want more, what I mean, they can keep it or add more to it. But most times they'll in 30 days they'll have someone buying it enough for them to show that there's interest in it,
yeah.
for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah.
So, Julian, that page that you had shared with us, the company that you said do like the 2 and 4 ounce packages, and they'll put whatever you want onto the label. Like offhand, you remember that company, right?
Pouch makers.
Yeah, pouch makers.
Yeah.
Um, like offhand, right? Like what is their pricing like? You know what I'm saying? Like for those packages. Even
I
if you just did it like white label, you know what I'm saying? For those.
I think a box of like 500 or so, depending on the size. Like it starts off like, well, here let's go on the website. They
Oh
have
yeah.
prices on there. Yeah, let me share the page.
I don't mean to be coming off lazy with it tonight, but I'm just thinking about we sitting here.
Yeah, no, no. That's what this is about. It's to discuss the stuff. But I'm actually talking to someone about like they're trying to negotiate a deal with ordering the packaging from China.
Mm,
So I'm kind of just waiting to see a few people that are doing this to see who's got the best sort of link, and then
mm,
I want to go back there and try and negotiate some kind of deal where I bring all a group of us together and we start putting like a bulk order together to, like get a special pricing
yeah,
um, for basically, all collectively buying the business together, coming to them and bringing them business, which I think that's like, when I talk about the doing the association, to me that's going to be one of the biggest bonuses or points of having the association is so that then we could collectively go to one place and get, what I mean, all the same service, this like a service that we all use for a reduced rate.
yeah,
And one of them I'm actually working on right now as an experiment is there's this company that does Facebook advertising, right? So they go and they manage your Facebook advertising account and everything. And so I'm talking to them about basically saying, hey, let's get a group of people together, um, and charge us a special rate for us to all get you to manage our Facebook advertising. And so these guys have already done it, a few major big um, sellers, and so they said that they've already got the audience down, the sort of like the KPIs or whatever, and all this other shit, that they can figure out so that they can target it better, so that people are getting good returns, ROAS on their um, on their advertising. Now the catch is that they cost like they're charging like $1,000 per month, right? But imagine we all come together and we get it all for $600 a month.
mm,
Do you know what I mean? Which is what I'm gonna, because I showed them the Seamoss Buyers Club, and I said, "Yo, I have a group of like 7,000 people." You know what I mean? And John, you're right. A lot of agencies do lie, and I don't trust many of them, to be honest with you, because they say they're going to do this or they're going to do that, and a lot of the stuff that they do, it's not like anything spectacular. Do you know what I mean? Like they say that they, like I just remember my experience being in as a computer technician and listening to all these guys talk about like all the hard work that they did fixing these computers and stuff like that. And like majority of the time, the way they fixed the computer is they just turned it on, turned it off, or they would delete the software and reinstall it. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like there's not what's the word I'm saying? It's not as complicated as they make it seem to be. It's almost like if you knew how easy the job really was, you wouldn't pay them to do it. That's why they make it like the way it is. So,
mm.
and that's why I think it's important for you to always understand a little bit of what you're like if it comes to marketing advertising, you gotta know a little bit about it or enough to almost do it on your own before you hire someone else to come and do it for you, you know.
Yeah.
John, you need to click the link and come in here as a guest. I know me and him have had a lot of conversations talking about marketing and doing stuff online, and just like we share a lot of good views, same perspectives. But I'm excited to see how his business starts growing. They're just getting into doing the gel now, and I think he's adding CBD with his stuff, or he sells CBD at some point.
What you packing, some pound bags?
Yeah, 1 pound bags. I got a lot of orders coming out, so I'm doing the 1 pound full spectrum, and then I have like maybe like 50 gold ones that I just did earlier, and then what is that noise?
Julien, throw the link up for John. He trying to figure out what he got to hit to go live.
Okay, let me find. Let me copy the link to add the guest, and then I'll go to both pages. And add the link there. There, I think I got it. I think I found them.
Yeah, it's on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there he is.
There you guys are.
What's up, bro?
I've just been busy.
I hear you. I hear you. Yes. So Moss King, Josh, Moss King.
What's up, bro?
How you doing?
Cooling, man.
Wicked, wicked. So yeah, I'm just weighing out some full spectrum CMOS here.
Yeah, so you're talking about the marketing aspect.
Yeah, you were saying that they're all scammers, and you had to spend a lot of money to figure it out, right?
Tons of money. So yeah, be careful.
But that's what you kind of do now. For you, you got like I think that's what you were telling me before. You got kind of like your own team now that you sort of do it in house, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to do it in house, in fact, because if you don't, people won't take you serious.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
It's all about the bonding experience. It's all about bonding with your customers. You know, they want to see you explaining the product to them.
Yeah. And bro, the numbers you did on I just remember that on TikTok, like you did some heavy views like on your videos. I am impressed. I was just like, what the fuck is this guy with this on turbo boost or something?
What's your TikTok, Joshua?
It's let's see, the one he's talking about is, which one is that? The gold,
Can't
the
remember.
life changing oil for you at life changing oil. Try that one. Let me look at it. Hold on. I might kick me off here because TikTok will do that because they start their own whatever.
You said
So
life changing oil.
hold up, my wife's gonna tell me which one is it.
I think it's just life changing or
Gold
gold
care
care.
at Gold Care for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
The Seamoss one. Yeah, so if you need help, hit me up. If you want to, if you want to be successful on TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Like 13, the one view that video that you made, you got 13,000 views on that.
That's my second time trying TikTok.
Crazy.
It's telling a
And
story right here to people. It's starting the story, you know what I mean? And I had to pause it because I haven't got my Seamoss yet. But it's okay. We'll continue. We'll get part 3 going.
Yeah,
yes,
I
yeah.
just followed you on there. Yeah. So you have more than one TikTok page, or this is the one for Seamoss?
Yeah, because I had CBD, but with the algorithm of TikTok or any of them, they'll shut you down. But with Seamoss, it's wide open. It's too easy with Seamoss. You know what I mean? If you know what you're doing. 90% of people will probably take your money, though.
Yeah.
But
That's
I'll
what
help
I
you
kind
on TikTok. You know what I mean? And I won't charge you much. You know what I mean? I'll just, like I said, I already gave you most of it. It's about bonding with the customer.
Yeah.
It's about you getting on and starting your journey with the customer. Like you're telling us, like, hey, guys, I'm learning how to do this. I'm going to put the Seamoss together. I'm getting it from this guy right here, Julien. He's got the best Seamoss out there. He actually went down there. Here's a video. He went down to the shore and he saw where it was growing. I mean, he checked it all out for us. So, I mean, just be honest with people.
Yeah.
No, it's true. Facts.
Because I was blowing up with CBD and that's all I did. But then COVID hit and I lost all my customers that went into the store. So then I started learning marketing online.
Hey, John, do you have a Facebook that we can contact you on?
Yeah, John Smith.
There must be like hundreds of John Smiths.
Right.
I got stuck with that on accident because because Facebook, I thought I was just going to put something temporary and they said you got to hold it for a year. So I just kept it.
Oh shit.
Is it JOHN or J?
But my real name is Josh.
So how do you spell John on there?
I don't know, but my real name is Josh, but John is JOHNSMIATH or just Gold Care. Look up Gold Care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that you had to put your campaigns on pause, but hopefully you'll get the Seamoss really soon.
That's all right. Sometimes you just got to roll with life and business is like that. And I'm totally fine with it. And we all could use a break.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And you know what's crazy is when you have that kind of attitude, it makes the other person on the other side like appreciate it more. And when the chance comes that they can do more, like guaranteed, dude, if I got a chance to hook you up, I'm gonna do it because I'm just like, yeah, this guy was cool. He didn't bust my balls or stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like in some ways, you're the kind of guy I want to do business with. Like I'm gonna treat you nicer than someone that's going to be like, oh, you didn't do this, or oh, you forgot that, or where was my this, or they have a right to complain and be like that, but like, the truth is that
We're all humans. We're all
yeah,
humans. We all make mistakes every day, and nobody's perfect, but we just got to keep, trying to get better, and
yeah, No, and that's the good point. It's you try to get better. It's like people make mistakes all the time. It's how they recover from those mistakes that matter, or how they fix those mistakes. You know what I mean? Like I'm not a kind of guy that if something goes wrong, that I'm just like, oh, sorry. I'm gonna do everything in my power to kind of fix it or make you happy. And if I can't, then I can't. But I'll try. You know?
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
You got to build a good relationship with the people you work with and get to know them. That way,
Fact.
things run smoother with your crew, my crew. That way, we have a good pattern.
That is true. That is
Even
so
with my
true.
own crew, I have to tell them to be understanding all the time, like you said, and be forgiving and understanding. You know, I think at one time our business was doing like 12,000 a day, or not, like 1,200 a day in sales.
Uh huh.
Consistently,
Yeah, that's nice.
and but that all went away. You have to have understanding too. When the COVID hit and all that. So
And so you haven't seen any kind of return, like now that sort of like they've got the vaccination and stuff like that. Yeah, like it's almost like they've went away and kind of stayed away in that space.
like the retail part, yeah, but the online we've stepped it up quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. And that's where you're seeing like a return on the
That's where
investment.
I'm seeing that Seamoss will just kill it if you can do it right. If your customers trust you.
That is it, the trust factor, and you got to dial in the right audience, I think, because a lot of people I talk to sometimes they're talking about the ads that they spent money on the ads and stuff like that, and then they're not getting this sort of like return on the investment. And one person was saying to me like, I get a lot of people coming to my website, but no one's really buying. And I'm like, well, then you're getting the wrong people to your site. Like whoever you're pulling into from wherever they're going, they're not really interested in buying your product, or there's something wrong with your product or the way you're presenting your product. But to me, it's like if you're not getting any sort of conversion, then it really has to be a lot to do with the audience. That's the first thing I would check is the audience. Like who's really coming and visiting your site. You know what I mean? Where are they coming from? You could be pulling people from like Singapore. You know what I mean? And thinking your site's getting a lot of traffic. And it's like, no, guy, these guys are coming from North Korea. They'll never place an
That
order on your
that's a
site.
good start in marketing. That's a good tactic to pick one person. Like a female who wants to use CMOS for facial. That's in her 30s. You
Mm-hmm.
know, make a product for that female, like she's sitting there in front of you and you're talking to her. In fact, find somebody and
Mm.
talk to several females first and then make the product. And
Mm-hmm.
and if you record it when you're doing it, guess what? You're building trust.
Yeah, no,
Dude,
that's
a facial CMOS product is something that I think will really be popular. Like it's something that it's like almost like an underserved market. Like even the market with the gel, like people aren't using the gel beyond eating it. Like you could put it in your face and your hair,
In
all kinds of
soups,
stuff.
you could put it in a soup.
Already being made.
Yeah, you're making an Empress. You want to share
I've
what?
already made it.
Nice. What are you selling? Share with us.
So CMOS doesn't need really anything added to it that's extra. It doesn't need any emulsifiers. It doesn't need any jelly.
No, it doesn't. It's the bomb.
So basic ingredient added to CMOS. Once you know what your purpose for your skin is, do I want to detox my skin? Do I need to brighten my skin? Do I want to remove blackheads and whiteheads? It all depends on what you want to do. Each individual powdered substance or powdered herb that goes into the CMOS, Just like if you eat it, it's the same thing. Literally, you can take, and I'm gonna just make the suggestion and kind of get it off of the product. The highlight is what you eat is what you use on your skin. So the same gel that people are eating, they should be using it on their skin.
Yeah.
Respectfully. That's first and foremost. You should be what you should eat what you are, and you are what you eat. So if I can't use the goods that I'm intaking on my external skin, I probably shouldn't be eating it. So I just think that's first and foremost, just like overall, the elderberry syrup, like whatever it is that it's being infused with, turmeric, whatever, you should be able to just take a chunk of it out on your hand, put it on your face while you're drinking your smoothies. It goes hand in hand. That's a very good point. Very good point. I like that. Yeah, that's right. So it's we as women, we want special eye cream and special over the eye cream and special eyebrow cream and special under the chin cream, and I ain't got time. Okay, Seamoss is a natural detoxifier, internal, external. So the goods that
I'm taking notes. Slow down. I'm taking notes. Slow down.
Empress knows a lot about herbs and stuff.
Yeah, especially for the face, like we're saying, that women love it because they get into it so much. That's what I'm noticing. That women, it's like they got to have it, especially if it's natural, like she's saying, and it's so nutritious for the face. That's just something women love. I don't know. That's what I noticed.
Women are lacking in is just the overall knowledge. Like I said, is what you eat is what you use. We've been consumed, right, by the Neutrogena and the Clean and Clear and all these different stuff, molecular water, and just a lot of different sections when it comes to goods and products for facial, skin, body, wanting to keep cellulite down, dry skin, eczema, psoriasis, all these different external issues, but they start internal. One. Two, even if you want to remove a blemish, okay, it's just as basic as, yes, the Seamoss, because Seamoss is a skin tightener. Okay, it automatically tightens the skin. You can, if you're doing anything with Seamoss right now, take the Seamoss and just wipe your hands, rub it up in your hands, and let the air dry it. You will see that it will dry it on your hand and create this, like, I don't know if you ever seen when back in the day when we was in school, when you used to take the white glue and put it on your hand. Yes, that's exactly.
Yeah, like a thin layer.
Tighten the skin alongside aloe vera, just like aloe vera does.
Oh, not even like aloe vera. Not even. Aloe vera is like not natural. It's pretty much man-made. Seamoss is it's not man-made. It's pretty much it's a native plant. It's been here since day one. It's a plant from God. That's the difference. But I know what you're saying. When you put it on your hands, it feels. In fact, when I first took Seamoss, I could feel my hands get silky again because they were super dry for like a year.
Okay, so we got to backtrack for 1 second. Uno momento, sir. You just made a very big claim, okay? You made a very big claim. And
it's just personal, not a claim. It's just personal experience.
Okay, so personal experience does not mean all truth. You just made an all truth statement to something that we've been using for decades, centuries, millenniums. So if aloe vera is a hybrid or not a natural,
it is, hybrid.
Okay, what's the source?
Let's Google that.
Yes.
Google that, somebody.
There's no source, baby. You can't just come up and say that aloe vera is hybrid because we just learned that broccoli and cauliflower.
Well, you know what? I'm quoting Dr. Sabi, and he said that for sure in one of his videos, and he's pretty smart, so I guarantee it's true because I started checking all the stuff one day, and he was right on.
Add that. his children just add that to his list yesterday, or? No, we about to go in on this because aloe vera has never been on the list, and I've rolled with Dr. Sebi at least for 8 years. So I'm just trying to figure out did his children add that, or was that on the list?
Aloe vera we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It was just the other day I was watching the video. I could be wrong, you know what I mean? It's just, but we'll look it up, and then we'll have a rematch on it, and we'll talk about it.
There's capitalism going on here. Okay, so we have to realize that capitalism is a big thing, right? People want to mass produce and do whatever they can to get their product out there, and so like Dr. Sebi's children are not like Dr. Sebi. They are here to mass produce and tell us whatever, so we buy whatever. So I'm just saying, this is the first time, and I'm 32. I'm just saying, like, be careful, because I've never heard aloe vera being a hybrid. Never.
Well, they're formed by combining two aloes with cross pollination.
There you go. That's the problem.
It's made up of cross pollination.
Yeah, often using hybrid aloes in the hybridization. Don't be surprised if hybrid aloe has a parentage of 4 or more aloes. With hybridization, we typically get a stronger, more resilient plant.
Yeah, so it's not 100% native. Not 100%. Seamoss is 100% native.
To where?
To the earth.
Right, and so was aloe vera. It's just crossbred over different strands, just like the variants of COVID that we're receiving. They're making it up. So if I go to Brazil may have a different strain of aloe. If I go to Tanzania has a different strain of aloe. Sure. If I bring Brazilian and Tanzanian aloe together, I'm going to create Tanzanian Brazilian aloe.
Good point. All right, good point. You win. High five.
Ashe. So, in all aspects, everything on the earth right now is being crossbred, seeing that,
that's the problem a lot. Yeah, that's the problem, is the GMOs are crossbreeding with everything else.
Ashe. I agree.
That's why finding native plants are hard, you know what I mean? That's why those are they're so cherished, the ones that don't. You can't just breed them like that, You know that you could trace them all the way back to what God gave us.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't ate up God's line and the seeds, the original seeds. We don't get food for seeds anymore, so we don't really know what original really is. We're literally the whole earth right now is not a hybrid. We're all hybrid right now. Low key. Even though we're detoxifying and doing Seamoss and taking our vitamins and minerals, we're still hybrid.
Yeah, true. But I felt really good the first time I took Seamoss. My head felt. I felt a clean energy for the first time. It was not caffeine. It was more of clean and calming.
It's like a zing. You get a zing.
Yeah.
Like your eyes open.
Yeah.
Head space. It's just like, wow. I never, you start to stand up a little bit straighter. Your whole entire persona overall creates a different vibe for the atmosphere. Everything. So, and it doesn't matter how small or how big amount of it you take. Seamoss actually has the same energetic benefits. I don't care if you take a little bit out the jar and just lick it off your finger, you will feel it go through your tongue, penetrate through your blood very quickly, especially if you're open and prone to it. So, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that about the facial stuff. Just you are what you eat. You eat what you are, and ideally, the base of my Seamoss mask is turmeric and sea moss. So it's basic.
What do you think of burdock root and adding for your face?
Burdock root, I'm not going to say it yet.
Because it's supposed to do something with adding oxygen to your, opening up. I don't know. I've heard it's real good.
Yeah, I know burdock helps to create like the blood flow. It helps the blood to flow throughout the body.
Oh, tight, yeah.
The capsules that I make with burdock, bladderwrack, and Seamoss. And when I grind them all up together and to make the capsules, it was at one point I was like, hey, let me try this on my face. And just put a little bit of water on there, and I used that for like a week. And my face was just like glowing. Like it like the black spots, the blemishes and everything like that, like they started disappearing. No acne, like anything. So, but I mean, same thing with just Seamoss by itself, or Seamoss with the turmeric, or Seamoss with the turmeric and honey, like everything. Like I think that base is still just Seamoss. Like it's just gonna beautify your skin, period. But yeah, burdock and the Seamoss and the bladderwrack, it works great for the face also.
Yeah, I've never used it. I would actually. What was the one I was about to suggest?
You're working late, Julien. Slow down. Hire somebody, man.
I'm too cheap.
One person.
Then I gotta increase prices.
Part time, they'll have it all done by the time you even done talking to us.
You know what? I like doing it. It reminds me of back in the hustling days when we used to like bag weed, and so
The brickies.
You just changed your product.
That's it.
It just went from legal to, illegal.
Julien just let us know. He was a kingpin in St. Lucian back in the day, y'all.
Hey, Julien, I gotta go, buddy.
All right,
I got
bro.
my kids and stuff in the background, so
yeah.
Time to go help out the family. But it was good talking to you guys. Hey, get a hold of me if you want help with that TikTok, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, definitely. I'll make a deal with you.
I'm gonna get in touch with you.
Yes, please. We'll make it easy, okay? The easy way, not the hard way. Okay.
Bet. Take care, man.
Take care.
All right.
Hey, I'm thinking like all this stuff about skincare products, right? With Seamoss, but I'm thinking about shelf life, because a lot of people buy Seamoss, they won't even take it every day and get through a 16-ounce jar. You know what I mean? Because if you're taking it like you're supposed to, or how it's recommended, a 16-ounce jar not even gonna last you a week. You know what I'm saying? And people still be having 16-ounce jars of Seamoss a month later, 2 months later. But I'm just thinking with the skincare stuff, it's like it'd be good if it was something that could stabilize it so that it would last longer. Because I'm thinking, like, would it be profitable to like even make it in a, like, 8 ounces seem like a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you wouldn't make it that much.
So what, like 8 or 4 ounce jars?
No, that's way too much too. You got to take it down to 0.5. Okay, you got to get it to. You even got to go down to like milliliters, maybe even like you got to get it to the small, like the the little round joints women use for lip gloss.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go down as small as that. So ideally, everything with Seamoss, I'm just going to make the suggestion overall for business. Sample everything first, okay? Don't just add it to your thing. Like, especially when it comes to like facial, feet, anything external. Put it on the sample joint. Like, give 2 or 3 women small bits of it and let them rock out. They'll be able to give you the exact feedback you need so that you know how much they actually use.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because we're multifaceted women. Some women might like to use it at night. Some women might like to use it in the day. Some women might like to use it while they're making breakfast. You never know. However, you can consult with their facial needs and give it to them so they can sample, so you know, like, let me see, 1 ounce, 1 ounce and 2 ounce. I wouldn't even say go 4 and 8. That would ideally, I would say they would might as well buy a 16-ounce jar and eat it while they're using it. That's why I said that earlier.
Right.
It's better for them to eat what they use and use what they eat. So if you want to make a turmeric jar, you know what I'm saying, mixed with like sweet orange, essential oil, you know that, because the essential oil is still eatable. You know what I mean? So like you can.
Well, some of them are, not all of them, right?
Yeah, and actually those adding the oil too is a preservative. Okay, grapefruit seed extract is a preservative.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. A couple of the oils are actually preservatives. And then I also realized, because I made like Seamoss, like the face mask, I've made it with Seamoss gel and mixing it with turmeric, honey, lemon. And then I've used the actual Seamoss powder. And I have realized that using the Seamoss powder actually lasts longer than when I use the Seamoss gel as far as the shelf life.
Hmm.
Yeah,
There's definitely multiple ends. You know, you become a chemist, you know, with this stuff. So
Yeah.
I would just say get you one woman, 1 or 2 or 1 to 3 women that you trust. You know, that would ideally do what you ask, which is, you know, if you're not going to make a separate facial product, then make a specific gel flavor that they can eat and use on the face, and you know that right there just adds another joint to your roster.
So when you use the powder, how did you make the mask? Like, because you're not using the actual gel, right? You're using powder.
So when I would use the powder, I would use the Seamoss powder. I would use aloe vera. I would use the aloe vera, like the inside the aloe vera gel, and that's what would give it that the
Consistency,
creamy texture to it, and then the honey with the turmeric and the lemon. So all of that gives it that creamy texture, and I would blend it all together, and then it'll come out, you know, more, I guess you could say, creamier.
right?
In a sense, as far as like a face mask type deal.
How are you making Seamoss powder? How does that even?
You would have to dehydrate your Seamoss, like get your Seamoss like regular Seamoss plant. You would wash it off and dehydrate it after that. After it dehydrates, then you can grind it up and it'll come out into actual powder. You have to get like a strong hammer mill like type grinder.
Okay, hold on. So you saying to hydrate my Seamoss and then dehydrate it again?
Yes.
Why?
Clean it.
Yes, you have to clean it.
So here's the thing, right? This the part, no, that's gonna throw me off a little bit. Ideally, I would think that the Seamoss coming in its driest dehydrated forms, coming from its natural Caribbean waters or whatever waters you get yours from, the salt on the Seamoss, the dry Seamoss already, would actually be beneficial to your skin, not negative. It would be a positive because you're actually putting a different level of salt versus the iodized salt or the Himalayan pink sea salt that we don't know where it's coming from. This salt is iodized, it's ionized, it's clean. So I don't know. This is just my perspective. I don't think if I was to make Seamoss powder, I wouldn't even waste my time hydrating it to clean it and then dehydrate again. That's too much work. It's already dehydrated. I'm gonna use the salt and everything because I trust in the moss that I'm using.
Well, that's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. You definitely have to trust and know that, like, wholeheartedly, that you can trust where that Seamoss is coming from. You know, because if not, then it could be some other stuff that's you know, a part of that Seamoss that won't be good. You know,
Critters
at the
and
end of the day.
like the microscopic things that we don't really see.
Mhm.
You know, that might be on the Seamoss already, like before we clean it. I mean, same thing with making the gel. I would I would clean the Seamoss before I make the gel.
There is a lot of microscopic organisms and like pathogens and stuff like that, plus other algae and just dirt. Like even though they clean it before they dry it and stuff, they never get it clean. And then it's like it's being handled through so many different hands and stuff like that. Like you know what I mean? Like unless you did it yourself, I would clean it
And then if you
because
want the salt, because don't you sell the salt, Julian?
yeah,
Don't you
we
sell
sell the
clean
salt.
clean sea salt from the sea moss?
Yeah, but even that, I have to filter the salt because there's all this other debris and crap in it. You know what I mean? There's even like say crustaceans or you know what I mean. There's like shells of stuff in there, and you don't know what the stuff if it's good for you or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we do filter the salt, but I don't even recommend you use it to eat like as a food. I'd say you use it in like scrubs or like on the in your creams and stuff like that. Like definitely like for a skincare product, I think that the full salt mixing it into a cream would be really good. It's got a lot of like minerals in that salt. Like you're right, Empress, the salt is important, right? But there's just so much stuff like seagrass and just soot and debris from the
Well,
ocean.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? Like, okay,
Mm.
we can get all super special and specific about the pathogens and the allergens and all these gens that could be on the thing. The air that you're breathing right now ain't clean.
I
So
know.
try to clean that. Okay.
Hey, you could
So
do it.
all I'm saying is if we are in minimal control, right? We're literally in minimal control because the CMOS that we're getting, it's not being dried inside of a laboratory. No, they're spreading it out in the sun, on the same land that they just took it out from the water.
Yeah.
They're spreading it on the same sun, under the same sun, in the same air.
Okay.
So I don't really like. It's okay to like take extra steps and all that good stuff, but I'm just saying like at some point we have to realize like the air, the water, the earth, and everything that we have, it's under attack. So whether or not you want, you can't really. You don't know the adaptogens, the pathogens, like they're gonna be there. You just have to have a trusting spirit in the goods that you receive in and where you getting them from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have a good point. I don't know. I just feel more comfortable cleaning it. It's like washing vegetables from I buy from the grocery store. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's actually two different things. The grocery store is killing people. CMOS is not.
But all the stuff that people that handle the fruit in between from when they pick it to when they put it on the thing, I don't know where that's been. It's the same with the sea moss. Unless I like pulled it out of the water and cleaned it and dried it and hung it up and put it in a box, then I can trust it. But like anybody else, I don't I just it's a matter of practice. Like I wash my meat. You know what I mean? Like I wash my vegetables. I just, I just do. And if you don't want to do it, then that's fine. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Yeah.
No, but I respect what she's saying. I
Yeah.
get her perspective, but I'm still going to clean it.
And
You know what I'm saying?
and I do agree that the salt has a high concentration of minerals, and you are washing a lot of that away when you wash it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You're right, Empress.
But the whole Seamoss skincare line,
Huh?
the whole Seamoss skincare line is just a great idea.
It is. It's something that not enough people, I think, are using. And I think it's got good margins in it. You know, especially if you can get the shelf life of the product, which I think if you're using powdered sea moss, it would anything that like doesn't have any water in it, or where you're reducing the amount of moisture, because that's usually where how do you say it, where the contamination comes in, or where the mold's coming from. It's from the moisture. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So even if you made the gel, but you made it like a super concentrated gel, then you know what I mean. It's gonna probably last longer, and you're probably gonna have to put less CMOS in there, right? Because it's more concentrated and thicker,
Mm.
and it'll have less water in it. You know, that might even be something. Turn it into a gel, and then let the gel dehydrate, and then turn it into like sort of like a semi-loose powder.
Mm.
You know?
I knew a company that actually did it like that. They make it into a gel. They make it into a gel and then dehydrate it, and they powder came out pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't know you could dehydrate gel.
Oh yeah, yeah. You put
Yeah,
it
the
like
way
a
they explained it was like it took forever for it to dehydrate because of the water content in the gel.
Mm.
Like they say, like it took forever to dehydrate.
It'd probably
Mhm.
be like making fruit roll ups.
Yeah.
As far as
Yeah,
like how you put it in the dehydrator on trays. Cause I seen somebody doing that here. It was actually after somebody brought it up in one of our meetings, and somebody had
Mhm.
brought up. You remember we was talking about somebody brought up fruit doing CMOS fruit roll ups,
Roll
and
ups.
then like
It
a
was
day
real.
or two later, I see somebody that live like 30 miles from here that has a store, and they sell raw CMOS fruit roll ups, and she put out the whole video on her YouTube page on how she made them, but she only do them made to order. Like she just don't make them and hold on to them, so you have to order them. I think she was selling it for like $12.99 a pack, and it looked like it was like either 8 or 10 rolls in there. And she tied a little string around them, but she make them made to order though.
Mhm.
So
How do y'all feel about the gummies? The whole gummy sector that's picking up. How do y'all feel about that?
I think it's a,
Yeah.
a fad. I just think it's something that people making money off of, some people. But we were talking about that also a couple of meeting streams ago. And the consensus was that, how do you guarantee that people are going to be able to get like a proper serving of CMOS out of those gummies? You might have to eat a whole jar or a whole bag in order to even, get a decent amount of CMOS in it.
Right. So that's definitely something that I've been paying attention to. The gummy bear thing kind of took a rapid highlight over the past 6 to 8 months. I think maybe even the past year. I think maybe a little bit more than that. My first place seeing them was in Philly, and people in Philly just kind of ran off, with the elderberry and the sea moss gummies and the, echinacea or they're making all these different flavor joints, kind of sort of to match the mass production Target or Walmart that is selling like the Ollie, the Ollie little gummy joints that, like the ashwagandha and the ones for the ones for energy stuff like that. So that's kind of what I see. Our small people are trying to like match that, but it's not the same. Like you said, the CMOS nutrients that we'll be receiving is not. There's no guarantee, right? There's no, because they say it on the bottle and Target or whatever they say certain milligrams per tablet, right? So
And I would believe that it's not no CMOS in it before I believe that it was those amount of whatever per
right,
gummy, because when you make CMOS gummies, it's literally more agar and juice than CMOS. You can put 2 tablespoons of CMOS in a big pot of agar and juice and make 5 trays of gummies. You know what I mean? And they
Mhm.
still gonna look like gummies. And you selling it to people, and they're not getting hardly any CMOS in it. Cause I had bought the trays and agar and all that, but I just shied away from it.
Okay. You see, and that's my problem right there again. There we go with another Ishman challenge. I literally don't cut my CMOS with like nothing but CMOS. If it ain't the ingredients that I'm using, and I'm not talking about Julien gum or agar agar or Arabic gum, no, because the CMOS is an emulsifier on its own. Like if you take a jar of CMOS and make it fresh right now and put it in the freezer, it's gonna burst. It's just going to start getting big and start moving and making all type because it grows. So I don't even think that is ideal for, and I don't care if it's a vegetable base or plant base. I don't care because it's still taken away from the vitamins and mineral nutrients you're supposed to get directly from the CMOS itself. So yeah, if I'm gonna do gummies, I'm gonna do 100%, and maybe that's what I need to do. 100% CMOS gummies, like no additives, nothing.
Well, I think there's a guy that does that in Vietnam or whatever. The group. It's just basically the juice and the CMOS.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even think he puts agar. They dehydrate it though.
Mm.
Yeah, there's a few different bases right now that is bringing up like argument when it comes to just the different goods that we're making. You know, somebody made a comment about the fruit infused CMOS and that if the fruit are they using preservatives? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? Because the fruit only lasts 2 days before it's perished and and this guy is making a big deal about it and I don't
How
know.
do you feel about fruit and CMOS?
So I just started infusing the fruit. I was originally using just juice. So I know people are doing it. The only thing that I say is if you're not getting 100% fruit, like organics, maybe, yes, the fruits that I'm testing with currently, yes, they are frozen. Yes, they are from Whole Foods. Yes. I'm not scared to tell anybody what I'm using because I'm drinking the thing too. So whatever you get, I'm getting. I'm getting what you're getting, right? So I don't, I'm not afraid about ingredients. My thing is, don't put everyone on a like in a negative connotation because this specific person or these particular people, you know, they want people to come and buy theirs. That's really all I get. Like you just want to, knock people down because you think that yours is the best. No, we can't all stand here and say, I got the best, because your hand, the love, the energy that you put into it is what people are going to receive. Fine, we'll give everybody that. However, when it comes to the concoction and the mixing and what you decide to sell to people, this specific person, okay, he makes a colon cleanse, right? And that's his one CMOS product that he makes, the colon cleanse. That's it. He don't make anything else. He don't care to make anything else. So I'm just like, okay, if you decide that that's the one CMOS good that you want to create for the people, don't get upset because we're out here as chemists experimenting with ancient superfoods. Like we need to know how to get as much basic nutrients and vitamins in the body daily to fight off viruses, to fight off diseases, to fight. We have to figure it out. So if it means play around with these fruits and figure out and test and lab and do all of that, then that's what we're gonna do. Everything is not always a trend, I'm saying, like, I feel like we're developing land, CMOS fruit food. Seamoss fruit food. Like we're blending the things together on purpose, not to make people sick. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't feel like that's the goal, but the way this guy's talking is like, oh, you know, fruit and fruit Seamoss is not
Expensive
good,
software owners
and if you're
don't
selling
want
it
you to know.
online, you know, man, you just really, really like giving a challenge to the people who have already been selling fruit and fruit Seamoss for so long. You know, like it's.
Well, sometimes I think people take a truth, right? It could be just a piece of truth, and then they'll manipulate that piece of truth, right? So I'm saying, like, I don't have a problem with fruit and sea moss. My thing is, if the longevity of it, right? So if you're giving it to people and you're not saying, hey, you need to consume this probably within the next 24 to 48 hours because, you know, bacteria can start forming in it. You know, you bite an apple open or you bite into a banana and you just let it sit there for a few minutes, you'll see it start to turn, right? So that's the perspective that I come with. I don't think there's nothing wrong with if you're going to put some fruit and some sea moss and you're going to get it out of the way and eat it or do whatever with it, you know, within that day or two. But that, you know, that's why I asked you, what did you think about fruit and sea moss? And some people will take the truth that you can't put fruit and sea moss and expect it to last a long time. That's why people be going through these issues with shipping it and they put that fresh fruit in there, you know, and their jars are bursting and fizzing and doing all of that, right? So, you know, I don't think that putting fruit in sea moss gel is wrong, but I think we need to better understand what comes with that so that we're not selling something to people or we're not giving them the information so that, you know, they can get their product and enjoy it, you know, in a timely fashion. You know what I mean? But I'm not the expert on it, so I was just wondering what.
So maybe even what we was talking about, you know, with the sizes. Remember, you was saying
Right.
that like if fish products and stuff like sizing. So I think all of that comes into play, right? So if we're gonna do straight 100% just fruit to the sea moss with like 50-50 ratio, yes, 24 to 48 hours, and it would have to be maybe 4 ounces, 4, 6, or 8. Meaning, and even if it's 8, that means that's your meal for the day. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
Right.
you're taking that moss all day long. There's no gap in between, or you and somebody else taking it if it's an 8 ounce. So 4 ounces for me, 4 ounces for the person per day. You get what I'm saying? So I think that it's just basic schisms, you know, like just figuring out who, what, where, when, and why, and how we can give the people the best, like you said, the best quality over the quantity, so they're retrieving the goods properly and not having to worry about decomposition and spoiling and all of that stuff, because you're giving the 50-50 ratio between 4 and 8 ounces, and you're eating it in one day. So that kills all that noise.
See how beautiful that was. You so eloquently laid that out, you know, and most people would be still arguing back and forth about whether or not to put the CMOS in there instead of being able to one give each other space to find understanding and clarity and have good dialogue. Because you're the first person that I ever heard say, well, no, you know, just speaking about the ratio of fruit to CMOS, you know what I'm saying? And then saying, hey, you know, this needs to be something that's going to be your only meal for the day, or you and the person split it if it's this amount of ounces. Like, these are the wisdoms that people need, and people will argue for 45 minutes straight instead of finding clarity. And you just brought clarity to something that people argue about every other day. They make it more about trying to be right than finding the right answer, you know, and bringing some clarity and resolution. I mean, I appreciate what you just shared just right there about that. because people need to know that. But
That,
it,
that's true.
if people aren't interested in really helping people and healing people and overall wellness, and all they thinking about is a profit, they ain't thinking about no ratio. You know what I mean? They just
No,
dumping stuff. They not weighing anything. They're not putting nothing on the scale. They're not doing anything. They just dumping stuff inside a blender and blending it and pouring it in the jar.
yeah,
That's it.
yeah,
Putting the price tag on it.
That's the problem. Everybody want to be right as opposed to trying to obtain a little bit more knowledge and increasing their knowledge. They just want to be right. Like, this is my way, and I know it's that way, and this is the way that's right.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to being open and accepting other ideas.
Yeah.
well, there's a lot. There's a lot of people like that, but let's give some credit for us that are here all together. You know what I mean? Listening, whether you're listening to us talk or contributing to the talking, I don't believe any but us are like part of the reason why we're here is so that we can advance our knowledge on all the subjects.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So
And think of all the people that actually infuse fruit into Seamoss and are trying to build their brand up, and they're losing money because they're not thinking about proper ratios and what proper sizing and jars and stuff like that, and they're not even sitting in on this right now. So this is
no,
information that um the young lady that's speaking, and even us, we got to find a way to regurgitate it, you know what I'm saying, and put it out there so that people understand, it's a right way to do it, or it's a better way to do it. And, and helping you be successful, helping your clients, be happier, you know what I'm saying, and get what they want, you know. So, wow, ratio.
yeah. No, and that gives a good point though that you're right. Like these guys should be eating this fruit infused sea moss almost like they're taking a tablespoon or whatever. But it's like how much fruit ratio is there really to that sea moss? You know what I
Thank
mean?
you.
You know,
Thank you.
there's probably
Thank you.
20% fruit at least.
Thank you. Literally, these are the underlining information. And Julian, a lot of time when you hear me come in and I start picking and knitting and getting the way I get, it's because of those things right there.
I
Those
know.
basic information, like, bro, how much of this and how much of this? Because when we go to the store, right, you look at the back of the bottle. A lot of times people don't even pay attention to this right here. The juice you think you're drinking, that's juice. It's actually 10% juice, 50% juice, and the rest of it is citric acid. But you don't hear me though. Like, you want to use Ocean Spray cranberry juice because it says all natural. But you don't see down in the little print where it says added ingredient, artificial. You don't see it down there. You don't see it. And then it says from concentrate.
Yeah.
So all you're doing is adding mucus while you're trying to defend, like you're trying to kick the mucus out of your body. You're adding. So it's total it's backing us up into a corner. So body to body ratio, mind body to soul ratio, and then your physical to your external internal ratio, to me, is all important. It doesn't matter what you're taking, Seamoss, Seamoss gel, whether powder. I don't care if you're eating it straight raw. It doesn't matter. You want to know what the vibe is that you're receiving. So if I say 50-50, you can guarantee, right? 50-50, you can guarantee I'm getting 50% nutrients from my strawberries and 50% nutrients from mine. And together that gives me 100%. And then when you add water, right? What does water do? Water just pumps it up more and makes the Seamoss work even more. So it's another part of the ratio, your water intake to how much Seamoss you're actually taking in a day. I'm gonna be honest. I think the 2 to 3 tablespoon thing might have to. I think I might change that up for the 2022, like what you just said, Julien.
What, and increase it?
start pushing that 8 ounce, and I suggest everybody else to do it 8 ounce or 50/50. And get people to pay that overnight. Listen, or get them to buy a 7-day jar. 7 days of 8 ounce jars of 8 different flavors or 7 different flavors.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all, I'm gonna do it.
That's smart. That's very, very smart.
You know, and you sell it for a bundle price, and they can get one a day. It's okay. You can pay me if you want to. You know, it's all right for that.
What about? I mean,
overall, like I love the public relations part of what we do. As health and wellness consultants and people that are here to help the people feel and stay and be great. So the public part, we're all here to what is it called? Elaborate and make the most of our business. So yeah, create 7 flavors. 50/50 ratio, and sell it for bundle price. That's my suggestion. Or four fruit infused Seamoss to kill all that noise.
Yeah.
good stuff.
Good idea. Great idea. Great ideas. But let's back up some of these questions here. Matthew was asking, well, actually, before that, someone was asking, how do we ship gel? And do you guys ship gel? If so, how?
I
Well,
don't
I
ship
think
it, so I don't know.
but most people they ship it like usually overnight, or they'll freeze it and have cold packs. I know an important thing is not to ship it like past say Wednesday or whatever, so that you make sure that it doesn't sit in the post office over the weekend, and it'll cause basically you got to think about what do I got to do to make sure it doesn't burst.
So for me, I ship my gel. I would make it, and then I put it in a refrigerator so that it actually gel up, and then I would put it in a freezer so that it would freeze. But when I'm shipping, I use kind of like the Capri Sun pouches, like the Capri Sun pouches as opposed to the jars. Same thing, the 16 ounces, like the same thing as the 16-ounce jars. And I would put it in the pouches, and I would ship it. I only use UPS. So I would put the ice pack in there, and then I would put it inside a like
Mailers.
the thermal envelope. The thermal envelope. Put the Seamoss gel with the ice pack in there. Wrap that up. Wrap it in bubble wrap. Put it in a box. And same thing. Like I know UPS here in Texas, the last shipment goes out at 6 o'clock, so I wouldn't drop it off until like 5:30, like right there at the last shipment. And I would use if not overnight, just 1 day shipping. And I use Shippo. I know y'all talked about Pirate Ship before, and it's kind of like the exact same thing. Like I used Pirate Ship before also, but I use Shippo, and it's the exact same thing, and it hasn't failed me yet as far as shipping. I haven't had none go bad. And like you say, don't ship after Wednesday because it'll definitely get stuck at that post office or stuck somewhere, and then they looking like, "Where's my shipment at? Where's my order at?"
Yeah, not good. Not good at all. And so another question was what's up, everyone? Coming into this late, has anyone tried to add the powder to the liquid ingredients for a skincare product? Does the powder mix with oils like a shea butter, cocoa butter? I've never even thought about that. And neither have I. I've never seen about how it would blend up with the oils. Like, will it expand, like hydrate, or will it dissolve into the oil or not? I don't know. It's a good question. Gonna have to make some tests to see, but that should be I don't know. That would be good to know. I've never. I don't know. I've not. I haven't gotten to that part yet with the powder.
I have my sea moss powder out. Just maybe like, should I throw this in some oil and just see what happens right now?
Yeah, yeah. Even to do like a tablespoon or something like that. Just see if it hydrates. Like I don't know. Part of me thinks you'll need to add like some little bit of water to it. You know what I mean? For the moisture, the sea moss to absorb the moisture. I don't think there's going to be a lot of oil in the moisture, or a lot of moisture in the oil. I don't know. It's a good question. It's good to know. So Khaled is asking if Divine is on tonight. No, I haven't seen Kirby in a while. I talked to him a few days ago, but he hasn't really been on here. Which I should get him to come back here and talk a little bit more about his book and stuff like that, because that's definitely like something I think more people need to kind of be on. You know what I mean? Is to use his book or to read. Support more of these books so that there's more information being shared out there.
Yeah. Yeah, a question about the blenders too.
Yeah. Can you overblend or use the wrong blender setting on the CMOS? I don't know. I use a Vitamix.
I'm Team Vitamix too.
Yeah, so the Vitamix is pretty kind of self-explanatory. You kind of just hit it and let it just run, and it even like runs to the point where it kind of heats up the gel a little.
Hmm.
That's what I've found. Like the you put it on the soup setting, and it'll blend it up real smooth, like and it'll just have a little bit of like a heat to it because of the
Yeah, that's any Vitamix. You run it long enough, you can make boiling hot soup, sea moss,
yeah, it's crazy.
steam coming out of it.
Yeah, which like I don't know, wouldn't be too bad for the gel, but I don't think you can really over blend it. Maybe that's just me.
But if it's not a high speed blender, it won't have that same consistency
Texture.
that like a Vitamix or even a Blend Tech. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You definitely having a high speed blender is like necessary. It's a
Yeah, very
yeah,
necessary.
yeah. And now you can
Where
get
what are you?
Vitamixes a lot cheaper than you used to. Like I think I paid like $700 for my Vitamix years ago, and now you can get them for like two something, three something, and on Vitamix website they sell refurbished ones that basically look like brand new that you can get for a cheaper price. So it's worth the investment because they built like tanks and they last forever,
Ever.
and they got a great warranties on them. So
No, they're great, and they have circuitry that's there to design so you don't burn out the motor and stuff.
yeah, it'll shut off. I remember the first time it happened, I was about to cry because I thought I broke mine, and I was
Me
like,
too.
"Oh my god!" And,
Yeah.
and then when I went to Google and they said, "Oh no, it's a safety feature," you know what I'm saying? Just leave it alone for a few minutes. I was like, "Okay." And when they came back on, I was like, "Yeah, okay, thank you so
Yeah.
much."
So yeah, Vitamix at Sam's Club, 325, 324.
Yeah, get you the 64 ounce container though. You know,
Yeah, you got to make the big container
yeah,
so that you have room to make the gel in it.
yeah. All right, man, my time has come.
Yes, you got your cutoff there, 12
Yeah,
o'clock.
yeah, tonight. You know what I'm saying? But I'm off tomorrow because I got some things that I got to do. So that's why I stayed on as long as I did tonight. But I got to take advantage of getting some rest tomorrow. I got to move around early, but then I'm coming back home to rest before I get back to work on Tuesday. So Julian, I'm gonna be in touch with you and everybody else. Good night. See you
Okay.
Wednesday, same bad time, same bad channel. Come with your questions. I'm gonna come with mine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, everybody have a good night, good restful night. Talk to you guys
Well,
soon.
thanks so much,
I'm
Julian.
sorry. I'm sorry. This is Rose here. Sorry, I was raising my hand. So it sounds like you're about to close the room. Did you say
No,
you're going to be
no,
back on Wednesday?
No,
no,
I'm
Rose.
leaving. The room's still open.
Yeah, the room's still
Oh,
open.
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, so Moss King, because we're doing like a live stream on Facebook and YouTube, and so Moss King is he like we have these rules because if we don't cut out at a certain time, it's like
We'll be on
we've
here
got
at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
5 in the morning.
Yeah.
So his hard cutoff is like around 1 o'clock, or sorry, 12 o'clock. Mine's about 1, 2 o'clock. So we're at least going to
Gotcha.
1 o'clock, but probably end up going to two because I got all these orders in front of me and I'm slowly just schlepping away at them and while we talk. So yeah,
And I'm pulling
uh,
myself away because I really don't want to get offline, but you got to practice discipline, man. There's other things to do. Rest is one of them. So, you know,
that's it.
yeah. But we'll talk soon, and I see everybody else to show up on Wednesday. All
Okay.
right, bro. All right, y'all get some rest, man. Later.
All right. Take care. Thanks for coming
All
by.
right, bro.
So with that, Rose, did you have any questions or anything you wanted to talk about CMOS?
Yeah, I did actually.
Go ahead.
Because that's the reason why I raised my hands. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys for allowing me to come here on the stage. I'm a little bit tired, guys, so please bear with me.
No worries.
I don't know, it piqued my interest when I saw this room in the hallway because I honestly have never even heard of Seamoss before, at least not to my knowledge, until one of my cousins, his girlfriend, recently was visiting, and we went ahead and did a group chat so that we would have, our separate conversations outside of, his mom, just because we wanted to go out and do certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't really feeling well towards the end of the trip, and one of the girls had sent into the group chat a link to Seamoss, but there was like no context behind it, and they were sharing a room at that time, and I was with my aunt, so I was assuming they were having a conversation about it, and maybe was kind of sharing the details for people to kind of know where to find it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But I was looking through the website, and I was like, this seems really interesting. Like, what is it though? And I haven't made the time to actually go out of my way and research, which I would typically do, but I just a lot going on right now. So when I saw this room, I was like, okay, well, I want to know what is CMOS, because it seems like there are a lot of advantages to consuming it. And like the site that she had shared literally had like so many different flavors, and it was talking about how you can add it into certain things or just eat it by itself type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my question is, what is CMOS? I'm aware of many of the benefits, but what is it? What is it supposed to be helping? Just any information you guys could provide, I guess.
Okay. Well, sea moss is an algae, right? It's found in the ocean. At least the sea moss that we're consuming mainly. It's a red algae. There's many species of it, and depending on what region you find, usually is what kind of species is there. So, in the northern sort of Atlantic regions, like Ireland, Maine, Canada, you'll find a more colder species called Condorus crispus. And then as you get down into more of the warmer waters, You have these other species that are popular, like Garcilaria, or another one's called Euchydema cottentini. Those are the ones that you usually find in the Caribbean and stuff, the gold sea moss. All of them have.
I'm so sorry to interject. Honestly, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just have a quick question for clarification because I kind of thought, sea moss, obviously I correlated it with the sea, but let me see if what I'm thinking is what you're actually referring to here. So when I used to live in Curacao, like we would swim in the ocean and eat like I guess that's more like seaweed. It would be on the side of rocks.
Yep.
Would that be seaweed or is that sea moss?
So sea moss is a seaweed.
So it is what I'm thinking then, something that grows on like sides of rocks and stuff like that.
Yeah, but there's different species, and so
Gotcha.
sometimes
continue.
Sometimes on the rock you might have a species called bladderwrack, or you might have another species called Condorus crispus, or you might have one that's like Euchydema or Garcilaria. Depending on the region and the sort of like the water temperature, usually determines the type of species that can be found in that area. But overall, all of the sea moss, because they're the algae and they're sort of getting a lot of the minerals and nutrients from the water, they're all like highly beneficial to our health and our diet. And all sea mosses are high in nutrients like iodine and magnesium, zinc, iron. Um, Magnesium, phosphorus, chlorine, like most of the main building blocks that we need for our bodies to function can be found in sea moss, and that's why it's considered like a superfood. But it also helps with boosting your immunity. It helps with adding reducing inflammation, adding good probiotics to your gut through like the different sort of enzymes and everything that can be found in it. I mean, it's almost like there's so much that benefits from taking CMOS that it affects different people in different ways. So it's almost like you have to try it and see through your own experience how it has benefited you health wise. But it's almost like taking like a multivitamin.
Okay, yeah, that's what I basically was thinking. And as I said, I kind of read through the site, but that's basically all the information I had on there. So you saying the superfood, that's exactly what the website was saying. And I'm familiar with that terminology. I'm in the healthcare field, but I'm also really interested in alternative healthcare as well. Okay, so that's definitely something that would be of interest to me. So, man, I honestly just lost my train of thought. But thank you so much for sharing it. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's really all I had to say. I honestly, I had a question, and it left my mind. I'm a little tired, guys. So
if it comes back to you, just
thank you so much for the information. I'm actually gonna go ahead and just call it a night because I think it's about that time since I can't think straight.
Well, I was gonna say, if it comes to you, like, just don't be afraid to come in, jump in and say, "Oh, I remember." You know what I mean? But because I know sometimes I lose my train of thought all the time. You know what I mean? And so it just happens.
It's natural, but this is not normal for me. Like, usually I can at least gather myself in at least a second or so. So I know I'm tired. I didn't sleep at all the night before last, and I only slept 3 hours yesterday. So I know for sure it's definitely time to, it's time to rest. Yeah. So thank you guys. I just followed the club, so I guess hopefully I'll learn a little bit more when I'm more awake.
Yeah.
And able to actually process the information. So thank you guys so much for having me once again, and I hope that you guys enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming here and your questions and everything. And just to let you know, we usually try to meet on Sunday evenings after like 9:30, and on Wednesday evenings. And so we're either here on Clubhouse or also on YouTube and on Facebook.
Nice. I'll keep that in mind. That's a pretty good time frame too. That's around the time I'm wrapping up my day. So, all right, guys. Well, hopefully I'll run into y'all next week and a little bit livelier.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you again, and bring more questions. I'll be happy to answer them or try to.
Definitely. All right, guys. Y'all be safe out here. Bye.
Take care. So yeah, that was cool. Always like people that are interested in knowing more about CMOS, like they're new to it or they heard it through somebody, that's sparked their curiosity. And that's the crazy thing that people don't realize is that this market is literally just growing. Like most people generally don't know much about CMOS and how it can benefit us and stuff. But it's almost like I haven't met a single person who has tried CMOS that wasn't blown away from it. So it's almost a matter of just trying to get it in front of people's faces, as much people as you can, and the the CMOS just will do the selling on its own. You know what I mean? Like you don't need to try and sell this product. That's how I feel overall about this. It's like you don't need to throw shade on other people's CMOS or doing this. You don't need to do all that to sell the product. Just get people to try it. Once they try it, they're hooked. You know what I mean? It's like crack. Well, I mean, it's not like that, but you know what I'm getting at. It's it's highly addictive.
The problem, Julian, is that everything that we as like melanated people get our hands on, that's for us. It always becomes that way. Even if we don't want it to, somewhere someone had to take it and create some type of mass production class or product or book or ebook or something. So I respect Sabi and his family and everything that they've done or are doing. However, respectfully, Sabi's family is a base for why we have all these mass-produced back and forths about CMOS, alkaline foods, fruit, vegetable. Like, he's the reason why our community goes back and forth with one another on shit that we already know.
Yeah, arguing about stuff that's really not that important.
No, it's not. It's not even for us to argue. And honestly, I'll be so straightforward to hope and put faith in that in 2022, those like us who are here putting forth the good foot with health and wellness, I hope that sooner or later that there is, I don't know if it's going to be a collective or a unification of some kind, but this energy that we're using to combat those that are whatever, like, I just want to switch that whole energy and just kill all that. Like, have more of us talking the positive versus them speaking the negative, because it's so many things built up on top of it. The history, where it's come from, the waters it's grown. Is it farm-raised? Is it chlorine based? Is it this? Is that? It's just, I just hate that the simplicity of our health and wellness has been ravaged through the way it has, to the point where veganism and vegetarian eating, or just wanting to eat healthy, has become more expensive than buying a freaking McDonald's cheeseburger. Like, killing yourself is a lot cheaper than staying alive.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I'll say it again. Killing yourself is a lot cheaper than staying alive. Because literally treating death like the go-to, take this medication. But it has side effects. Not one time have I ran into anyone that has came across Moss and has said, oh, well, the side effects was internal bleeding. The side effects was insomnia. The side effects was early menstrual flow. I haven't heard any of these side effects, but when you turn on the TV and they got Zatapan up there, or Zantac, or whatever they got up there now, and the side effects are death, insomnia, fatigue, migraine. It's like, what? Why are we not arguing with them? We need to be arguing with them. Why are you selling me a pill that could potentially kill me? But you want to argue with me because I want to infuse my Seamoss with fruit, or I want to infuse it with different things, or I want to try different things with it, because Seamoss is actually something that we can utilize and use it in a chemistry way where we are the lab. We are the testers, not people outside of us. You know what I'm saying? You can take Seamoss home and you can be your own chemist inside your house. That's the art of superfood, DIY, and self-help.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just, eventually I'm sure it will happen. The collective, the health collective, not even say to cure, but necessarily just to give the information that you don't have to be afraid of alternative remedies. You don't have to be afraid of healthy eating. And no, healthy eating does not actually cost more than dying. Okay? Respectfully, it does not. I think dying costs more than living, to be honest. So, yeah, I would, 2022, we killing that noise. Oh, we have a new person on the stage. I am. How you doing, girl? I ain't seen you in a while.
Hey, I'm good. I actually, now that I'm in here, I just remembered that I was supposed to contact you about getting my Seamoss.
You know it.
Yeah. So let me see.
I'll send you the flavors of your back channel.
Okay.
You see, and that's the other thing I'm gonna highlight. You came in right at the perfect time. This is the other part of the great part of Seamoss business is we don't have to do what the pharmaceutical businesses do. You see, the pharmaceutical business, they prescribe you. And they subscribe on purpose. Like, if you don't get this prescription, you're not gonna feel better, right? Seamoss people, we don't do that. We just give you the information, and if I don't hear from you, but from a year from now, well, that's on you. Like, I don't have I'm not the doctor that's going to be like, you have to take this pill or you're going to die. No, health and wellness connected with spirituality and wholeness opens up the door for you to make the choices and have that godly self to say, you know what, I'm not ready to detox right now. Because that might fuck me up or put me down. I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna flush out my system a little bit, or sometimes it even takes for people to get sick as hell, and then it's like, oh yeah, I'm getting my Seamoss, So yeah, I respect that. I respect that part where it opens up a space for people to just like do it when they're ready. Like, I'm not allowed to push it on you, but I'm allowed to get you the information, and you come get me when you're ready, fully. So I love that.
I received that too, because I think I have heard this information in the past, but it's only now that I'm like, okay, now is the time to get things. Your health is important.
Mm-hmm. Fully. And you came to right place. I just read up on stuff. I got new flavors. I got drinks and gels. Yeah, you right time, right place, right everything, divinely.
You say you do Seamoss drinks?
Yes.
So how do you like do like the fruit drinks? How do you do that?
So here's the thing, right? I personally haven't. I'm gonna say this first. I haven't learned how to monopolize or expand on my moss recipes. So what I've been building is business to business classes where you can learn what I know, and then you infuse it into your business whenever you decide. So the information is not free. This particular information is not free because I'm literally doing the chemistry of, yes, juice, fruit, water, Seamoss, balance, and then intake, how it tastes, sugar, no sugar, sweetener versus no, diabetic people, etc. Like all these things are coming into play. All right, so when it comes to the actual information about the Seamoss drink, I would love for you to get with me on a personable level so we can do a business to business tactic, and you can, teach a man how to fish and his whole life will be better. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, definitely.
Yeah, get with me, and we can give you the information that will put you in a different bracket alongside your gels or whatever else you're making, because that is my goal. I give out free information all day long. I talk, but Source told me that there's one part of it that I have to at least grab for myself. So that part, the chemistry of it, I would like to teach it under the business to business aspect where I am monetized and monetarily taken care of for that.
Gotcha.
What is your
I guess your Facebook?
I'll bet you to you right now. I got you, Reginald. And I will say that the Seamoss drinks, it's another way, for people to intake it. People like drinking. Some people don't like the teaspoon, tablespoon thing, or, yes. And the drinks are on the go, yes. So they can.
At the refrigerator, it's go.
Precisely. And the next part of that is I even put this as a highlight, because we have the hot and cold, 24-hour stainless steel, holders, drink bottles, and things like that. Seamoss drinks have become a huge highlight for people to carry their moss around. That's what I was even saying about the 50 to 50 fruit to moss ratio. These things can still be carried out. You can have your moss out for 12 hours. Usually that's not something that you can do because, plastic bottles, they catch the air, they catch the sun, and immediately you see the Seamoss expanding and the whole bottle's big, and then poof, right? So to avoid all of these things, I am literally putting together the regimen daily of intake, how we can intake it and have fun intaking it, right? Not having it spoil fast. Like, we are using perishables. We're not using tablets. Well, this is me specifically. I'm not using tablets and I'm not using powder. I'm stuck on the gel. That's my thing. I feel like the gel is the best way to intake it. This is my perspective because of the texture. And even though some people don't like the texture, I am pushing it on people to intake it in the gel form because the gel, baby, if you have any broken bones, any ligaments, any nerves, any tissues that's discombobulated in your body, that gel, that goopy stuff, when it goes inside your body alongside whatever else you take, it's literally acting as it's rebuilding your skin and your nerves and the tissues. Like, every time you take it, it's renewing your cells. It's a cell proliferator, pro-life. So if your cells are dead in your body, if there's anything that's not recreating or procreating in the body, that Seamoss gel is going to attack it, emboss it. Like, the gel is going to go over. This is how I feel like this is what's happening as chemistry in your body. The gel goes in and it snatches it, bubbles it, and just says, no, you're not going to get any more play. And it eats at it little by little. That's why you get the waste release. You get the toxin release, the free radicals. And what I've learned about free radicals is something that actually steals from your body. So what you want is positive protons, electrons, and neutrons going into the body molecularly on a day-to-day basis, so that the free radicals don't have free reign over bouncing through your brain and your blood and your heart and fucking up your body. Meaning you'll have insomnia, unfocused, migraines, low energy. Okay, all these diseases take place because the free radicals are overbearing on the body. When we take it to the technological part, we're talking about, okay, the 5G, we're talking about 4G, we're talking about frequency and vibration, we're talking about the molecules that's in the air. Yes, we're talking about adaptogens and pathogens. All these different things now become you know what I'm saying? They become a part of the free radical attack, because you can't see some of these free radicals. Some of it, if you look into the sun, you can see the particles of the dust, but you don't know exactly what you're breathing in and what your body isn't catching. So these free radicals can be a motherfucker, to be honest. So the moss, the gel itself, does something so great. It just eats away at that. It eats away, it kills it, it puts your broken bones back together, boosts the energy, helps you mentally clear. Because once your gut and once that middle area is flushed, your problem solving skills go up. You can sleep better. You can think better. You don't react. You create action. Because you just, honestly, I mean, when I take my moss, I'm going for the day. Like, when you talk about 24 hours, when I decide to sit down is when sleep comes and hits me. But prior to that, the energy is 100%. The gel gives me that. I don't know if it's a mental thing, like if I tell myself this mentally, my body also receives that vibration and frequency, and then the Seamoss starts doing its own thing alongside the water that I'm drinking, the things that I'm watching, the music I'm listening to. Everything plays a part in your mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual wellness. All of it plays a part. So I know I just went on a whole rant. I hope y'all receive the information. You know what I'm saying? I feel like the gel is the bomb. So I'm here.
No, definitely, definitely. Look, you made it sound so beautiful. Like if I didn't know anything about Seamoss, you'll have me right there. Like you give me a jar of gel right now.
That's that water to the well. Come on, I see that.
I was tapping my mic in agreement. But I do want to order. Since we're on here, because I had forgotten.
Is it better to do like you? Oh, you don't got your Instagram on here. Did you get my back channel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me. And you see, this is how it goes, y'all. This is what I'm saying. This is how. I love you. I am. You making it look so easy right now. So easy. I love it. What's your digital? Your most comfortable digital way of paying?
Cash App? Oh, probably Cash App.
Uh-huh.
See, okay. Actually, hold on. Let me check something real quick. Okay. Cash App is not my most comfortable way of paying. Debit card is my most comfortable way of paying.
So Zelle or Square?
And let me look up these, because this
Square,
is what
Square is the one that I can take it over the phone, put it in manually, and it'll send you the receipt through text message or email.
So the only thing is that I just realized that. Wait, do you have something? Do you have like a site, like something that I could type it in to my card? Because my Cash App card, I had a Cash App card that was stolen from me last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally stolen. I had dropped it at Mark's, and there was a manager at Mark's that I kept going in, and he said he never saw it, and then he ended up getting caught using it, and it was a white guy too.
You can download Square.
Okay.
And if that is a more comfortable way using your direct debit card, I can send you an invoice through Square, and then you can just pay it from that way.
Yeah, because I don't have a bank account attached to my Cash App. But I just ordered. I had to order a new card today. I used Cash App today, so I don't have that money on there anymore. Let me see.
Peace and love, Kim. I see you down there. Thank you for coming in. This is the Seamoss Club. We're talking about everything Seamoss.
I did.
Oh, go ahead, baby.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just letting Kim know. She can come up if she wants to. If you have any questions about Seamoss, we have Seamoss Monk. Julien is here. Reginald is here. I am here. I am is here. So, she's about to order up her Moss gel. So we're just highlighting where you can get it, the beauty of it, the benefits of it. If you have any specific health and wellness questions about the Moss, if you're new to it, not new to it, if you need it, come on up to the stage. We're open. Hold on.
I always gotta remember to remove my mic when I'm talking because I start talking,
No one can hear you.
Yeah, because I had the mic muted because I was packaging, so I didn't want running the tape gun to disturb you guys while you're talking. I'm in that warehouse late tonight trying to fulfill as many orders tonight, so I don't have to worry about it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be shipping out tomorrow as well.
Weekends are always busy.
Weekends are always busy.
Yeah. It's good. I always like doing these Sundays, looking forward to doing these, having these conversations. It's always a good time. And I like how I've spaced it out because it's almost like by the time I'm like missing doing it, it's like, oh, it's gonna be, it's like it's spaced out evenly, so that it's not like it's too close together. But I'm like I don't burn out from it, you know what I mean? It's like by the time I start missing it, that's when the show, like another show's coming. But I am curious to see how long I can sustain doing this every week. Because it is kind of a commitment of time.
Absolutely. Time management is something that I definitely struggle with. I want to talk about everything. However, I guess the goal is to turn it over while you're talking, right? Yeah. So that sometime being on, and I like the way how you're on multiple platforms, and I'm going to elaborate that also in the year to come because being able to reach out, having the Instagram, the Facebook, people are now on YouTube, Patreon. We got Clubhouse. You have fan base. I have this other one called Stereo. You've got Bigo. I'm not even gonna lie. I've even been on a dating site called Tagged, and Tagged is actually sufficient. I'm not on there to date, but I do sell Seamoss and health and wellness goods on there. I call it the vibe with Empress B, and people pull up, and I get to put my Instagram tag and my Cash App, and people can send donations and stuff like that. So all platforms are a go. Yeah.
I think it's exceptionally really important to kind of taste these different platforms and see where your audience is. Like for all you know, your type of audience is on a platform like Tag or eBay or like any area where most people wouldn't think that there's going to be CMOS buyers. Like I'll say this, most of my sales isn't coming from Facebook or Instagram. You know, it's coming from different areas than where most people would think that my business is coming from. So it's all because I'm trying in different areas and testing things and tasting stuff to see whether or not it works or not. And then if it works, then I apply it. If it doesn't, then I kind of either figure out why it's not working and try something different, or just let it go. You know, worry about it.
Yeah, Twitter is even another one. Twitter has opened up where they now allow you to do exactly what we're doing here. They have the voice application where you can start up a room.
Oh, really?
Yes, they do. Yeah, I was on there the other day exploring it. They have rooms open. You know, they're talking about all types of different stuff on Twitter. So that is also a section of platform that can be utilized.
No, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna check that out and see what it's like. Like I said, you never know. That could be where the majority of my clientele is. You know, until I get on there and see.
Exactly.
I have to package maybe about 60 orders tonight.
I'm trying to get like you when I grow up, Julien.
It's not that hard. You know that. The secret that I have is the secret. Like if I had to say what was my secret to success, it was the amount of time that I invested.
I think my hindrance within myself is that, and it may be something that I need to erase and eliminate, is that everyone is not worthy of Seamoss. And I want to be exclusive to who receives my Seamoss. Because I've had so many people come and make this big old hoo-ha about, oh, Seamoss, yeah, girl, I need to get that because boop bop, bit bop bop, and, you know, I need to get my health right, and yeah, and they come with all this big talk and only buy one time. And when I do the follow-up, like, you know, like a Macy's, right? When you leave something in your shopping cart, Macy's sends you an email or 10%, or all the different mass production companies, they send you something that says, hey, you left something in your item cart. Would you like to purchase this? Do you know what people do? They get an attitude when me, as a quote unquote small business owner, jumps into your DM and says, hey, how was that Seamoss that you got for me? How did it taste? How did it make you feel? Did it work? And when people say no, or I've gotten that, yeah, so I needed moss, so I went to a local vendor at a pop-up shop and bought another version of what I got from you, and it tasted like chlorine. People don't come back because they're not truly invested in their health and wellness, how they speak. And that's why I even highlighted I Am, how she came in and said, you know, she forgot, blah, 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 you know, very honest, you know, but then remembered like, yo, yeah, okay, now is the time. So in this space where she's mentally available to purchase the Seamoss, the purchase of the Seamoss is not going to be one time because she's mentally ready. She's prepared. She's like, yes. You know, she's saying yes now to the journey of starting up. But when they come and just want to do the support a black business. Like I don't like it's cool. Like I want to do the rotation of black dollar, all that cool stuff, but the black dollar rotation doesn't really work if you're not coming back because you're not truly invested or you're not you just made a whole big risk. And then even like I said, even when I reconnect with people to try to get them to come back and buy, here's my new flavors, there's a new batch available, people are not, they're not, they don't have it budgeted within their money spending as to say, okay, I have bill money, I got liquor money, okay, because this is how people operate: bill money, liquor money, weed money, this money, that money, shoe money, but you don't have health budgeted in there, which is what is your health if you're like you have the wealth but your health is crap? Like what is it if you don't have the healthy body to uplift yourself to go out and do the wealthy things that you have available to you? Like what is that? It's nothing. So I just, sometimes it gets a little frustrating. So I'm not going to say that I can't. I have this sticky issue with the one time buyers. I have kind of don't like the one time buyers. I don't like it.
Don't cater to it,
Mm.
right? Cater to the people that want the value. Cater to the people that want a subscription. So I would even be like your like maybe have a low price for a sample price, but a single one off should be like almost triple the price compared to if you bought it like every week and bought it on a subscription. Like sometimes you have to train the people that like train the market so that you get the customers that you want, that you are looking to do business with. And so another thing is part of your business, more of the purchase is like I would say it comes with a 20-minute consultation. You know what I mean? Like you're not just buying Seamoss off me, you're buying a health system that I'm going to sort of train you and that's where you show your value in your product, right? And like in some ways it's like you said earlier, like, I want people, my Seamoss is too good for people. Well then make it so that it's too good. You know what I mean? Like it's so high end that only those that are serious about it are going to buy into the package that you have, and don't waste your time on any of these lower people. Or just like if they come, they come. It's extra money. Don't invest your time into trying to convert those people. Those aren't the people you're trying to sell to. You know what I mean? If they happen to buy your product, that's great. You know, like one of my friends the other day was like, "Oh, why don't you have an instruction manual when you purchase the CMOS, and you don't have any recipes and stuff like that." And I'm like, "But that's not my clientele. Like if someone happens to buy that, then that's fine, you buy it. But the clientele that I'm working with or that I'm trying to attract are the ones that already know about CMOS, already has an idea of life, knows how to make CMOS job. I'm not interested in educating you on how to use it. That's for other people to sell. I don't have time for that. Do you know what I mean? And so my time is to educate you on different areas, not so much about how to make the gel or what are the benefits of taking the gel or any of that. You know what I mean?
Got you. You're just solely the supplier.
I'm
Got
only
you.
the supplier and I have the best students.
Got you. Okay. You just highlighted the demographic and the audience. Okay. Got it. And there's nothing wrong with exclusivity. Okay.
No, not at all. You should be concentrating. You should be making the 20%, the top 20% of your ideal clientele, 80% of your focus, so that that's majority of your business. And then whoever comes outside that range, that's just free business. It's extra money, but you don't need to cater into their attitudes. You know what I mean? They're sort of like I have. There are some I guess someone's saying I'm having issues with the audio. I have some clients that are very, or I've had situations where clients have come to me and been very demanding. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I want this like this and this and like that. And at a certain point, like I'll accommodate them to a certain point. But once I kind of get into my mind that this is not the type of person that I enjoy doing business with, I don't do good business with them. As, you know what I mean? Like as bad as that sounds, I'm just I'm not going to go out of my way for them because they're not making me happy. You know what I mean? I focus on the people that make me happy, the ones that give me the high fives, you know. So
Got you.
yeah, I don't know who this
That's interesting. Cause I do have those points where I get those customers, man, when they come into my inbox, they be like, I want this flavor, that flavor. How much is this? Cash out? Boom. No problem. Like, no question. They ain't questioning me about the price. How come the shipping is this? They just boom, bam, bam. They get their stuff. They like, yo, okay, boom. I need some more. Boom, I need some more. I'm like, all right, bet. And then you have, again, the other side. So I realize that those that I do attract, and unfortunately, right now, I'm trying to figure out what the gap is or the miss is where I develop them one in probably five customers more than 5 out of 5 or even 3 out of 5 or just upping from the one. So that's the movement right now to figure out the balanced demographic and audience.
Yeah.
Of the exclusivity I want to provide when it comes to the Seamoss.
Yeah, I would even try to identify those type of people that are behaving like that, like their age, where they came from, their like things that they're into, to try and find more people like that that you can sell to, and that's your target market. You know what I mean? Everybody else is just gravy.
Gravy.
Yeah,
I like that.
yeah,
Everyone else is just gravy. Got it.
yeah.
100%.
That's why, like for me, I have a certain core clientele or business, and those guys I take really good care of, and they're always, you know what I mean. We've got a good relationship, and then everybody else is gravy. If they come, they come. If they don't, they don't. I'm not worried about them. You know what I mean? But I have a certain type of clientele or target market, and it's a numbers game. Really, that's what it comes down to. You know, the more people that see your site, the more the people that see your business, the more people that hear your story, the more people is going to convert, and then you know, the more you convert, the more you have a sale. But there's usually like an average conversion rate where no matter what you do, this is what you're going to convert based on where you're at in the business. And then as you tweak things and get things better, then that number that you convert, I believe, increases. And so that's one of the tricks in this business is one, how do you get a steady stream of people looking at your site? And then two, how do you adjust your business in such a way so that you're maximizing the amount of people that are coming in so that as many people as possible are converted. Yeah.
What flavor would you represent? I mean, would you recommend as a start flavor?
Yeah, that's so funny. You're so on point with spirit right now because I was talking to you. You heard me talking to you. I love that. Cranberry. Cranberry is a popular flavor right now for the ladies. Womb wellness. Helping with balance of the pH balance. And just menstrual flow, things like that. So the cranberry is really popular right now.
How does Square work? Because it looks like you have to be a seller to have Square. So how does that work?
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I think just download the app. What I'm gonna do is If you say yes to the cranberry, I'm going to send you the invoice to your phone number. So once you have the app downloaded, you'll be able to pay the invoice with your card.
Okay. But so I just downloaded Square. But I went through a process, and if I was a merchant, is that the right thing that I'm supposed to be downloading? Because the way that they had it, the way that they just had me set up was if I was someone who sells product, yeah. And I don't see a Square for like
customers. Well, maybe you don't need to download it then.
No, I think the app is automatically signs you up as a merchant, but as a merchant, you can also be like a user.
Okay, so but I did just download it. I just set up. That's what I was doing. What other way can Seamoss be consumed?
Oh, yeah. Well,
like when they sell Seamoss at the store, what ways can that be consumed, or does it have to be put into a gel form?
No, people people use it like take the powder. People like put it in capsules and stuff. Um, I've known people that have just eat the sea moss raw, like dried. Some rehydrate it and then use it like in a salad or like saute it in some of their vegan dishes and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to conceptualize what is exactly. Because I'm one of those people about texture. I'm one of the people that you were just talking about as well. Actually, I think that's why I always, someone has recommended this for me in the past. I just literally, but I'm in a place where I want to reap the benefit of consuming Seamoss.
Yeah.
So, and that overrides that idiosyncrasy. But I just, with texture, that idiosyncrasy with texture. But I was just curious. Powder capsules, is that equally as potent as a gel?
Nah, I don't know. I think that there's something about the gel process, like when you put it into a gel, that it's like the liquid with the sea moss has like the way it absorbs your body is differently than if you were to have it in a powder. And honestly, I've never taken it in the powder, so I can't really be a good judge of it. I'm kind of biased towards the gel, but I see how people are moving towards the powders just for convenience and ease of use and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gel. I think you'll have fun with the gel.
Yeah, I like the gels.
Yeah, you'll have fun with the gel. There's natural cranberries in there, and it's good. You'll enjoy it. I don't think you'll go against it. And even with the texture, I think it'll be cool because it's smooth. Like it's not clumpy. It's not bumpy. It's not like, ooh, what's this in my mouth?
Mm-hmm.
If the only way you'll go against it is if you're like, ooh, this is Seamoss. Why? Like if you do that, then that's when your body will reject it. But you're coming with, you're already presenting positivity. So put your mental and positivity. Cranberries are good for the whole wellness of the feminine divine. So plus the Seamoss, it's awesome. Like if you're already off your menstrual flow, if it's coming, like I'm telling you, it probably will change everything. Your feelings, the pre feeling, like Jesus. delete out some of the cramp. Like if you do, it will change. It will change. So yeah, you won't be disappointed. And then also, we highlighted the drinks earlier that I do have the drink vibe. So something a little bit more fluid, you know what I'm saying, that you can take down on your own. But yeah, the plain, what did you say? Soups, meals, spaghetti sauce is a popular one. People put it in. Soup is a popular one. Tea is another popular thing. People put it in their salad dressings. That's another popular, vibe. If you make coleslaw, you know what I'm saying, and you want to try with non-dairy mayonnaise and vinegar, baking it yourself, you can add Seamoss to that. Like, it just becomes a additive, like if you were to boil basmati rice or jasmine rice, and you need to add something to it to spice it up. That's basically what moss is. It's the additive that spices up and makes everything naturally better. And it doesn't alter the taste. It doesn't change the taste or the texture. It just makes it more like what's the word? What does it make it like more
Alive?
Yeah, alive. I was talking about like when you add it to soup, like soup gets more
thick.
Not thick. Here we go.
Like
it just creates a more thickened vibe, but that's the moss, becoming alive. Like Julien said, the moss is becoming alive when it's added to whatever you put it in, liquid. The sauces, oils, things like that. It takes on the form. And that's why I love the rehydration process, because you get to watch it like take on whatever it is that you have it immersed in. It takes on that, like the taste, everything. It becomes that. So it's absolutely great. It's absolutely great.
So true. So true.
Okay. So yeah.
Can't believe I packed so much Seamoss today. I think I did maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's 17 orders. And I probably got like another 30 more to go. Life as a business guy,
Well, here's the thing. I can respect the fact that you know your lane and you're willing to stay in it. And as the teachers and the students are out here trotting and doing this part of our journey, creating the recipes and regimens and the informations and the ebooks and the different vibes on how to extend the information out to the people and make sure that they're receiving it in wholeness. You are making sure that up the best possible grade moss is being given out, sold out, received to you, and you're making sure the connections and the links are there. So that's important, because that's how a production line works. That's how manufacturing line works. I may not know the direct manufacturer, but I work with the guy who works with the manufacturer. You know what I'm saying? Or the productionist. So we are. I feel like in many ways, even in the community of us, we do great, and we need to highlight it. Like, we are doing what everyone says that we're not. I do wish, and we always have wishes and hopes and faith that, in the years to come, that it will create what we're doing here. Will create some rapid, uproar in the next years to come, the next decade, where the money exchange between us, or if it's bartering system that we're going to go back to, whatever the case may be, it would be direct, and there would be no question and no argument and no dismay, or just miscommunications. It will just be as it needs to be, which is, peace, brother, how are you? I need my Seamoss. Okay, I have my thing to exchange, whether it be physical currency, money, etc. And there's no lackadaisical. There's no gap. You know what I'm saying? So I can see where we are doing the work. Julien is a wholesaler. I am a recipe person. Reginald makes his stuff. There's other people on that also do their work. Some people sit and solely make videos, and make the moss for themselves. Some people are in total business with it, starting off with their family and then going with their friends and etc. So it's I see where we're moving upwards.
Yeah. No, and we're sort of slowly forming together. Part of this reason why I even do these live streams is to create a space so that people like your businesses, like Reginald's and stuff like that, have an ability to come up and grow. Like, in some ways, like, I'll put it like this way: there's no way I'm doing any sort of direct sales or any kind of business from doing these live streams. There's no, like, sure, I might get a sale here or there, or someone might see my videos, but really what I'm doing is trying to build a space where other companies that want to come up and learn about CMOS, that want to expand their knowledge and stuff, they have a space where we can talk about different business ideas, different ways to explore the market. It's like I'm trying to motivate and influence you guys to be better at your business, because I know that if you're better at your business, you're going to buy more CMOS, and if you buy more CMOS, then I'm going to sell more CMOS. So that's my sort of like undercover selfish reason for doing all this. But it's like I have to grow the industry. Do you know what I mean? Like, I have to do my part to grow the whole bigger picture in order for me to get a benefit from it. I can't just like selectively help people. Do you know what I mean? It's not going to work like that. Yeah. So I guess my point in saying is that it's important for people like you to utilize these platforms so that you can talk about your business, that you can get practice being online, because eventually, the idea is for you to, move up and grow, to start your own podcast or your own community and your own business. Do you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? That your own little thing, that what I'm doing. Like, I want everybody to copy what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And sort of move up, because as you guys move up, I'll move up. That's how it works in these kind of industries. And we're in such a, like, I guess, like, CMOS is not a new thing, but where we're exploiting CMOS is new. If you understand that, like, there's no one that's like, this is like the goji berries right now. The when goji berries come out, like the '90s or whatever. You remember when everybody was into goji berries? No, okay, maybe that was just me. But
no, you're not the only one. Sorry, I was saying. I do remember the gold, yellow, it was yellow or gold goji berries, and then the red goji berries.
There's all these goji berry. I just remember everybody being, what I mean? Like, but the one thing I feel with CMOS is that while it's got that trending thing right now, it's almost like it's going to be around for a long time. It's not it's too good to be good. Like, part of the reason why goji berries were popular was because people were investing money and actually promoting it. They were putting it in their drinks. They were putting it in the this. You know what I mean? Like, you heard it on the news all the time. Everybody was trying to sell diet kits of goji berries or whatever. But with sea moss, it's like everybody's freaking out because they've tried it and they want everybody else. Like if you listen to everybody's story that's in the business of CMOS, it started from them trying it, them liking it, them going on the hunt to know more about it, and them deciding that everybody around them needs to know about it. That to me is like when you have like product like that, that's like, this product is breeding evangelists. We don't There's like, look how much money is really being put behind promoting CMOS and how many people are really into CMOS. Do you know what I mean? It's being promoted because everybody just likes it. It's not like they're promoting it because there's dollars behind it or there's an industry pushing the raw like with those goji berries and stuff like that. There was like almost like an organization pushing the goji berries into these different products that's not the case with CMOS. Everybody's fueling it from their own passion, from their own love of it. Like that's to me is like like strong indication that this product is going to be something that's going to last for a long time. That you're constantly going to have a restream of people getting into CMOS, and you know what I mean. And then also there'll be a huge amount of people that will stop CMOS but get back on the CMOS. Like you know what I mean. That's why like I think now you're seeing a lot of sales on CMOS because everybody's sort of remembering it. You know what I mean? And saying, "Oh shit, yeah, you know what? I fell off CMOS. Let me get back on it." For the new year. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I definitely see CMOS being sustainable long term, unlike the goji berries.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that came in quick and bounced out quick.
Mm-hmm.
As far as health and wellness, and and that's why I think that's why I said what I said earlier about the exclusivity and just not wanting to be on the trendy end of things. Like I, I don't want to be that trend that dies and people just like jump on and jump off. So I'd rather just take my time. Even what you were saying, the goji berries, acai berry. I mean, acai berries is still spoken about, but it was like a hard hit when it first came out. And then acai bowls, with the bananas and the strawberries and granola and all this different stuff. And I'm like, man, people are really, really in their kitchens working. Like, people want to taste good things. My only issue is that we're lacking in the chemistry. Like fruits do need to go together. Some people still don't know that tomatoes are fruit and cucumbers. It's not necessarily a fruit, but kind of is. It's I think it's almost 80% or 90% water, and it has seeds just like tomatoes does. So it's kind of like a zucchini. And then I even realized that pickles are cucumbers.
Yeah.
Why have they been lying to us all the time? Or maybe we just never read the ingredients.
I always knew that they were cucumbers. The reason why they're called pickles is because they're pickled cucumbers.
Oh my God, it's terrible. It's terrible. Julien, I just found this out maybe 2 years ago.
Wow.
I finally, and you know what happened? I saw an all natural brand called Wicked Pickles, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And it said cucumbers, dilled cucumbers. And I was like, cucumbers? I was like, and then I looked at another jar from like Kosher Deli or something like that. And I was like, cucumbers. I was like, y'all have just been calling it pickles to make us think that we're buying something. But the flip side to that is that we're not just getting cucumber, sea salt, vinegar, and maybe another herb or something like that to keep it preserved. However, we're getting like they're putting red 40, yellow this, like they're putting colors in there.
Yeah, like why?
That's what I be trying to ask, Julien. Why in everything that you would think that would be natural and only have the basic ingredients, you look on the side of the box or the back of the box or side of the bottle or whatever it is that you're purchasing, and it's like all these triglycerides and all these different things. I spent, even in Whole Foods, I'm in there for 3 hours. No lie. I think this is why I'm single, Julien, because I stay at the grocery store far too long. I stay at the store. I'm like, listen, I'm going to pick up some stuff for dinner, and I'm in there reading because I was drinking Oatly milk from the grocery store. Found out today that Oatly milk has canola oil in there. However, it's not called canola oil. It's called EURUCIC acid. Uric acid, and that is uric acid, rapeseed oil. That's what, like, it's something like that, and that equals to canola. It's just another name. And I'm like, why would you just not call it canola oil? Oh, because I'm using the natural form. Listen, bro. Listen. If it's death, it's just death. Like canola, vegetable, corn, it's all not good for your body. So and as soon as I read it, I was like, yo, I feel the difference. Then I have a different oat milk from Planet Oat that only has maybe about 5 or 6 ingredients in there, and it tastes totally different. The oil that he uses is to somewhat like keep the oats and the water together, so the oats and the water don't separate inside the bottle, inside the box. So
you would probably shake the stuff up before you even drink it anyway.
I mean, yeah, ideally. However, the shake is less when you put these type of, tricalcium and oh my gosh, I was just like, man, this is.
The thing is, a lot of times these guys have to do this stuff because, like, otherwise they don't have a job. You know what I mean? Like, imagine you go to school to learn all these things. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of like, how do I, if I go to the corporation and be like, yeah, I know I spent millions of dollars to learn all this stuff, but you could really get by just using this or this. You know what I mean? These natural ingredients, and they're actually better for you. It's almost like there's no benefit for them to do that. I think that I've always told people this, that the biggest, like, sort of like the two biggest things that we have in our society, problems that we have in our society that are holding us back from sort of like advancing to utopia state, is our dependencies on our jobs, right, and our careers, and then also the media. The media is constantly influencing us and controlling our minds, like literally brainwashing us. And then our jobs, like if you look at everything that everybody does, it's either to like advance their legacy or like secure their job or make more money. You know what I mean? Like if people could make decisions without having the fear of they're losing their job or losing money for what they look at the cancel culture that we live in nowadays, where people, you know what I mean, there's even I feel like there's times where I have to watch what I have to say because I don't want to say something that could be misconstrued as something, and then people take it out of context, and then they try to damage my business because of it. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. So I think those are the problems that we have in life. We can't freely speak about our opinions and our ideas, and these guys are doing all this stuff to control their job. Even with this COVID and stuff, a lot of this stuff, I believe, like they're not talking about the accuracy of the test. You know what I mean? Like how accurate are these PCR tests? You know what I mean? And it's because they don't want to have any issues where people are questioning whether or not the test is real or this or that, or do you know what I mean? Like it's almost like we're constantly trying to control the perception of everybody around us, and that's to our downfall or detriment. That was a little bit of a rant. Sorry. This box isn't good. Hey, welcome KP and welcome William. We're just having like pretty much an open discussion about CMOS and CMOS related stuff. Um, I was just going on a rant a little bit about why I think society is not advancing. Sucks, but it is what it is. Oh, let me invite you to speak, William. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, how you doing?
Good, good. I'm there. I'm just, we're just sitting around rapping while I box CMOS.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting discussion. Always an interesting discussion. Um, Speaking of that, I've been an importer of Seamoss for about 5 years now.
Oh, cool.
Right. So I source from a few islands, and I have an agro processor that actually has a Seamoss ice cream, and she also does a Seamoss burger.
A CMOS burger.
Seamoss burger, exactly, to replace the regular vegan burger. So she's working on the formulation. Well, she has a process for it. She has a formula for it,
Uh-huh.
and trying to one of the let me go back a little bit. My company just signed a contract with United Natural Foods Incorporated.
Uh-huh.
So that's one of the products that we're going to be supplying there, which is going to go into Whole Foods, Publix, and a bunch of other stores. So it's kind of wanted to debut it and see what the market would, people be interested in something like that and everything. But I've tried it. It's very tasty. It does not taste like sea moss as we know it.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have any unnatural preservatives, anything inside of it. So we think it's going to be a big hit.
Yeah, it sounds cool. Like CMOS burger. Like, what country is this the person in the processing at?
My home country. I'm a dual citizen, but I'm from Antigua and Barbuda in the Eastern Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the young lady was a student of my uncle. My uncle was a professor of mathematics, and she was one of his students. So it's kind of cool because I'm working with her with that. So yeah, it's kind of cool.
Talk about small world. Like it's like you ran into this person that your family knew already, and now you're working together in the same space. That's cool. And a lot of people don't realize how big the CMOS industry is in Antigua. Like, you guys do move a lot of CMOS.
Yes, we do. But one of the things that is I've run into is this, and it really is the core revolution. What I consider it to be. If you don't control your water and your food supply, you are dead. Okay, you're not a nation. You're not going to get the world's respect. And I think that it's a battle because Antigua, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, even Trinidad and Tobago, Dominica is still working on supplying. Jamaica's already supplying, and actually Jamaica has such a demand that they have to get CMOS from St. Lucia and then put the Jamaican flag on it. That's a whole nother discussion there. But basically, there's not a lot of support from the government in terms of exports of commodities and value-added products. The government's all for tourism. And to me, tourism is slave culture. Okay, I've lived in the Caribbean, and I live that. Matter of fact, I'm going to be moving to Jamaica for about 2 years because we're working on some big projects there. That's a whole other story. But anyway, the reliance on tourism, only less than 1% of the budget even goes to any of these economies. The only country in the Caribbean that is focused on doing some diversifying is Barbados. And it's interesting because the Prime Minister of Barbados happens to be a woman. To me, that has an impact, okay? And the idea of the, the environment, making sure everybody's okay. She's kind of like what Lula da Silva was to Brazil in terms of raising up the poor class and, raising them up to the middle class, so on and so forth. That's what she's trying to do with Barbados. So we're working, what we were doing is working on some other value-added products for Seamoss, and those are the two that we have right now. And we're trying to see some other things that we can do with the product.
Cool. Nice. I'm excited to hear more about it and see how things like progress, especially with the the burger. That would be like interesting to see them come up with a Seamoss burger. And then you were talking about ice creams too, right?
Yes, definitely the ice cream. We have a sour stuff ice cream, mango, guava, and the Seamoss as well. And we're just in the process of doing the trademarks on the particular products. But we definitely want to make it available. Like, for example, in Walmart, stores like Walmart, and I believe Publix and a few other stores, they have the Grace Kennedy patty, which is supposed to be, the Jamaican patty, whatever. But we want to have the Seamoss burger as an available commodity. And the other thing that we're working on too is we sent some samples to the lab, so we want to get Seamoss powder into a lot of U.S. stores nationwide and in Canada. So that's the other product that we're working on. I forgot to even mention that.
Cool. And all the Seamoss is going to be sourced from Antigua, right?
No, actually, we're sourcing from St. Lucia, Grenada, Antigua, Dominica, and actually Tanzania. Tanzania has some very high quality Seamoss. I've gotten shipping out of there. Yeah, they have some very good, abundant. So to us, we just don't want to make money. We want to be able to put money in the pockets of a lot of local people.
Mm-hmm.
So just diversification. So what we do is we deal with fresh commodities like dasheen, turmeric, sweet potato, yellow belly yam, June plum, of course pineapple, and the three main varieties of watermelon: red flesh, yellow flesh, orange, and green, and some other commodities. But we also deal with coffee, cocoa, and some packaged products. Of course, coconut oil is big, and coconut water, stuff like that. So we're trying to mainstream that on, with the U.S. stores. But like I said, we work really hard to get this contract. I mean, it's not that easy.
No.
Convincing a big distributor that the Caribbean is worth, the investment to go on that platform. When you go on these platforms, it's usually Indian, Asian food, or pretty much that's it. You know what I mean? American food, whatever, European, but nothing dealing with the Caribbean. It's just like they just overlook the region, and there's so many abundant food resources that are there. And the way I'm also into transportation logistics. I've driven trucks cross country for 13 years, and I delivered a lot of refrigerated freight. The food shortages that are going now were starting before COVID. It's a myth that COVID was the only reason that it shut down. I've traveled into Mexico. I've been to different parts of South America, Peru, Ecuador, and these other places, Bolivia, that are producing food. And there's a war going on there between the drug cartels and the agriculturalists, which is affecting the shortage of food here and the quality. So you have a situation where if the farmers don't want to play ball with the cartels, there's a good chance that you may be eliminated. Run off of your land, your crops burn, et cetera, because they want to force everybody to grow what they want them to grow or deal with production.
Yeah.
So it could affect the American food supply chain, and as well as in Canada. And I think it's something that there needs to be a coalition set up between what we call ADOS, FBA, and people from the Caribbean. I know there's some very hard divisions that are there, but I'm dealing with both sides. But we have to shore up our food supply because things are going to get deep here in America. It's already starting. I mean, anybody who's paying attention to what's going on in the country here, we're going to have to be able to establish our own food supply. The Chinese, Koreans, and a lot of other communities do that. And we're one that we just are dependent upon the supermarkets or whatever is available there. We need to secure our own food supply. I cannot even stress the urgency of that.
No, you raise a lot of good points. I agree with you in a lot that there is like this like we're not especially in the Caribbean, we're not utilizing like in St. Lucia they're importing like so much food for their hotels, but yet there's so much food around that just is spoiling or just what I mean, like an abundance everywhere. And yeah, it's crazy like how you know I actually have a friend of mine who's trying to do something like this in North America where he's growing bananas and exotic fruits indoors. So he's growing bananas, guava, um, what else is he? Passion fruit and avocados, and he's doing it in the winter, northern Ontario area called Simcoe, near Lake Simcoe. I don't know if you're familiar with northern Ontario, but
yes, I am, and I'm glad you brought that up because that process. I had this very unique experience. I can't even get into the story about what they're doing in Japan with growing mangoes indoor. Because we know mango is a vertical tree, right? But the technology has been there to train plants to grow laterally instead of horizontal, right? And so yes, it's definitely there, and I think it's a new wave of agricultural production. To be able to do things like that, I think it's very innovative. I think it needs to be done because there are food deserts all throughout Canada. Okay, large swaths of areas where there's food deserts. In the middle of the country here, and parts of the Midwest, there are a lot of food deserts. There's a lot of profit. It's very profitable if we focus on these particular areas and developing. A 40-foot container can yield about 8 acres of crops. Okay, it can definitely be done. And the thing is that with the combination of renewable energy, I know there's a big fight in this whole thing about the Green New Deal and everything like that, and people fighting against it with the fossil fuel industry and everything. But look, a 40-foot container, which I've been able to see this. I had a technician that put the solar panels across the top of the container, had her battery box on the inside. I think he might have used a Tesla battery box, whatever, but that was just like a regular walk-in freezer that you'd find in the back of a restaurant. Okay, temperature controlled, everything. The produce was good, high quality, but just imagine having these cold storage setups like that at farms in the Caribbean. You would stop a lot of food waste. You could be done in Africa, in India, and these other places. You would stop a lot of food waste. because, obviously food waste does contribute to more greenhouse gases, everything, stuff like that, when this food begins to go bad. But the other thing too is value added. Like right now we have one agri-processor that does sweet potato, flour, cassava, plantain. A Bob Red Mill also does, some flours made of different things. But passion fruit, that's the next one we want to roll out, and an avocado powder. Because avocado, the U.S. is the number one importer of that. But all of these products, if you think about it, combined with Seamoss, is like, you're shoring up the immune system, because that's really what we're dealing in this era now. Whether you're pro-vaccine or anti-vax, we have to take in things that are going to strengthen the immune system. And we know what Seamoss can do. But we definitely need to look further into what Seamoss can do in combination with other things besides bladderwrack root and burdock root. There's a lot of other things to combine it with. I had COVID, and Seamoss and moringa is what helped me through that, that particular process. It got me better.
Moringa is amazing.
I would say by the third or fourth day that consumption, I was up walking around and everything. I didn't have to go into the hospital for a ventilator. I didn't need any steroids or anything else. I was good.
Yeah, moringa.
So I was looking into that aspect. So I don't know if what your experience is with Seamoss combining that with a lot of other things, but it has the potential. The industry is growing. We just want to be able to mainstream it. It should be mainstream where people can go into the store and be able to buy it.
But see, that's part of the challenge. The mainstreaming is that we need to get more organization in the industry. Do you mean?
Yes, that's definitely true, and I totally agree with that.
Yeah, especially I'm not sure what it's like in Antigua, but I know from sourcing Seamoss in St. Lucia, it's not organized.
I'll send you my email address. It has my contact information. No, my website, and it has the email address in it, so you can reach out to me. But I'm definitely willing to collaborate with anybody regarding Seamoss and getting their products in. So if any of you have any labels, or you have a product, even the raw, that you want to have in 4, 8, 16-ounce bags, whatever, and be able to get them into the stores, I can definitely help with that.
Yeah, I'd like to collaborate with you on that. I mean, I have a very good source.
And that's just for the Seamoss raw. What about the Seamoss gel? That's for Seamoss raw and the gel. I know that there are a few companies that deal with the gel as far as put them in these special bags or pouches. You know what I mean? We do so, but yeah, we're looking for the gel, because it can be done the same way as you have mango, soursop, and passion fruit pulp that you find in a lot of the what's quote unquote Spanish food aisle or international aisles in the stores. We believe that the Seamoss gel should be there in the cold section where you find the ice cream and everything else. So yeah, we're definitely looking into that. I mean, because it needs to be done in a different form. We can't have the regular glass jars, but they'll have to have the pouches that could be used where we can have the Seamoss gel. So yes, definitely that product.
How's your source for Seamoss in St. Lucia? Do you have a good connection, or William? I'm speaking to specifically.
And as far as the Seamoss burgers, would that be coming to the States, like the United States soon? Could I bet? That sounds amazing. Like, I would definitely want to try that out. Yeah, because I'm going to have some samples going into Jamaica next month, and by March 14th, we're looking to have the Seamoss burger debut on there. What's really cool is that once you become a supplier, like Cisco and, I mean, Unify is, in terms of profitable, they're more profitable than Cisco. I thought Cisco was the biggest, the largest, but they're competitors. So last year, I think, even during the pandemic, revenues were topped off something like $29 billion. But Cisco is the exclusive supplier of food in bulk to Whole Foods, but they're also connected to a lot of other supermarkets as well, Giant, Kroger, and Publix, of course, and a lot of others, Food Lion and Wegmans, and these other large stores. So what we intend to do is on the platform, they have a digital platform where they can order in bulk. So once you post a product, they, the stores can then order it for them individually. So the thing is that we have a demand for so much Seamoss to be able to do this, because we're going to need a lot of Seamoss to be able to make these burgers. So we're looking for various suppliers. Okay, if you have it, to be able to make the product, we need a raw product to be able to develop it, because we need to have operation in the Caribbean in order to capture the EU market, UK, etc. But then we also want to have a base of operations in the US to do so. So we're working that that facility out here in the US to do so. But yeah, by March it should be available in some of the stores. So we're just deciding who we're going to go first. I mean, Whole Foods is a big one, but we're going to be open to get into a few supermarkets in different parts of the country.
This sounds cool.
That sounds. I'm excited for it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I just told my lady, because we're both plant-based, vegan, and when I told her, it was like, wow, really? Like, oh yeah, that'd be dope. Like, that'd be everything right there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you have you solidified any agreements with anybody in St. Lucia? Because I don't know. I'd like to talk to you about being able to supply you with whatever CMOS you need.
We do have a company we use there. It was two. One was a family-owned business. It was run by the matriarch of the family, and then the daughter has her own operation. But we're open. Okay. I do know St. Lucia has a very. It's more cohesive than I found in so many of the other islands. You know what I mean? Because you can have different suppliers there, but if they need to make up, like we had a shipment come in, I think it was 20,000 pounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of the other smaller operations, they were able to get some of their products sold, right?
Mm-hmm.
To make it up. So we're open to that. You know what I mean? To give more people the opportunity to be able to supply. I mean, the market is open. But we think, since this is a value-added product that can be created, it could have good shelf life. But here you're dealing with a whole demographic where now in America, people of different races and ethnicities who don't know anything about CMOS want it. Okay, anybody who has it in the United States, you go to a farmer's market or somewhere else. One of the best places I've ever gone, the DeKalb Farmers Market. I sold a lot there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was carrying CMOS in the truck with me, because I have a trucking company.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when I got my first truck, I had CMOS on the truck with me, and I was making money. Okay. And then it just started exploding from there. But that money I was making from CMOS helped me develop my company now to whereas we have, USDA import permits for fresh produce. So you took one product, and that product led to us to where we are now for all these other things.
That's kind of like what I'm looking to do, is to sort of expand the exporting that I'm doing with CMOS into other products like coconuts or mangoes and stuff. I have a lot of family in St. Lucia that have farm and just connections of guys that do farming and stuff like that. So their problem always is just not knowing where, like, not having a market to sell to. And so I kind of want to step in to be the sort of, not really the middleman, but the person that does the connections, that goes out and meets the foreign markets and then facilitates the exporting from St. Lucia to that market. You know what I mean? And then I've been talking to some people about getting into possibly an agro processing facility that does freeze dried powders. So we'd take fruit from St. Lucia all over, and then turn it into powdered, so that it can be exported and sold for other industries and stuff. But
yeah, it's a big market. I think I definitely wanted to discuss this with you. I know we can do some business together.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I definitely can see the potential for that happening. And but like you said, value added products that could be created. I remember I ran into two brothers. I think they were two brothers out of Mexico that were making leather. I don't know if it was out of avocado skin
oh wow,
or something like that. Yeah, they were using one commodity and turn it into skin. They use mango also. Mango, they also use that as to turn it into leather. Somehow they were able to figure it out, and I was like, okay, well, wow, there's so much could be done. Similar to what they're doing in Uganda with banana leaf fibers, they're able to create synthetic hair. From the hair industry market, they're able to do that, and the hair looks just and feels just like real hair. So there's many different things to do. Banana leaves is also being used as packaging now. Okay, so there's a lot of things that could be done. Okay, hemp bricks, hemp oil, and so many different things that could be done with a lot of what comes from the earth and production, or just foods and seedlings to be able to do it. We just need to think outside the box. It definitely has a potential to be a multi-billion-dollar industry. Seamoss is and will be the next big thing once it hits the mainstream.
yeah.
Now, one thing that I found is there's some obstructions that are there, because the Ministry of Trade and Commerce in the Caribbean are supposed to be supporting a lot of the Seamoss sellers or farmers or etc. With things. It's just basic information. I remember once the Seamoss supply didn't know how to get it. The one we were dealing with didn't know how to get it exported to the United States. Yep. It's an FDA registration number. Yeah. You have to have that to be able to export, right?
Actually, sorry to cut you off, but what I've learned is that because of the way we're shipping the product, we can actually fall under the U.S. Department of Agriculture. That's how we're shipping it in. Like, we're not shipping it through. I can't remember how, because we're taking it right out of the ocean and putting it in a box. It's considered an agricultural product.
That's true. And we've skirted that line for one. So let me just give you an example.
Okay.
American Airlines, like when we want to get fast shipments, what we notice, if there's an FDA registration number from the whoever the exporter is, the shipments get cleared quicker for us anyway. Yeah. So as we use American Airlines and Amerijet to get everything, from the Caribbean. But if American Airlines comes in the same day that it lands, we clear the shipment. And I remember, like you said, you're right. I only had to pay like maybe about, on a 20,000 pound shipment, I only paid like $100. Yeah. To clear the shipment. I mean, it's amazing. But then again, those are all the Caribbean Basin Initiative and the other trade acts that are there that have the same effect as NAFTA. We just need to take advantage of it.
Agreed. Yeah. But I do agree with you in the sense that, like, a lot of these um, farmers or exporters, they're not getting enough support from the governments, and a lot of the support that they are getting from the government, it's kind of like, well, you'd go with our plan and what we want to do, and we'll support you. But if you want to go and do this or that, there's no real help or support. You know what I mean? Like unless they're benefiting from it some way, then they're not really helping. At least that's what I can see.
No, you're right, because many of the ministers want to be investors in a business.
Yes.
And the level of corruption, just visiting some of the islands is crazy. Like, I remember somebody warned me about 6 years ago about not taking a business plan to the bank.
Yeah.
I said, why? I wanted to get funding. He said, no. I'm going to tell you why. You give them that business plan, they get it. They already have instructions to call members of the cabinet or the prime minister's office to let them know if there's a particular business plan that they think is could be very profitable. They give them first dibs on it. So they'll deny you and tell you that, your business plan, we can't approve you for this, that. Just make up some reason, okay? Yeah. And then you turn around and you hear an announcement that they're implementing this and they're using elements of your business plan. Yeah. Just renamed or whatever. And that's what happened. I made that mistake one time, but I didn't give them the source of my suppliers for the equipment and the machinery for the particular business. We're dealing with atmospheric water machines and stuff like that. They didn't know who we were dealing with. Yeah. And yeah, just that whole part. I mean, they receive a lot of money from the EU, the European Commission, a lot of grant money, Caribbean Development Bank, and everything. And what they'll do with this money, they get it, and it's just like personal funds for them. Yeah. They'll go out, they buy Teslas, they buy SUVs, they'll travel around the world, they go to all these different symposiums, but the farmers never receive it. Yeah. Less than 1% of the budget in any island goes to agriculture. Okay. Mm-hmm. Education and agriculture are the two areas that don't get a lot of money when it comes to the budget. Tourism probably like 80%, 85% of the revenue goes to tourism. But the only way to break it is to use the private sector. We have to find the markets and then do that. I mean, I'm not the only one who started what I need to do. It's just that because I was already in the transportation industry, I knew how to get to the procurement officers and directors to these different stores. And then I figured out how to get to UNFI or Cisco Performance Foods Group or US Foods. So I figured out the formula. Mm-hmm. Now it's just about linking with the suppliers to get them there, because I can't do it by myself. Yeah. In St. Lucia, Joseph Doway, I believe, is Caribbean Farmers Without Borders and Caribbean Farmers International. I'm working with him now, and he's been helping me source a lot of farmers from different parts. Like now we're going to start getting avocado from Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Dominican Republic, like a couple of islands we'll be getting different varieties of avocado from. So I want to do the same thing, like I said, with Seamoss and other products to get them there. One product I really love, got this out of Trinidad, was black seed powder. I knew about the oil, but this powder is 100% natural. And I've had it over here, and I've given some samples out, and people love it. You know what I'm saying? And I have black seed, green papaya powder, beetroot, of course, turmeric, carrot, ginger. Let me see, what else did I have?
And this is all coming from Trinidad?
Yeah, comes out of Trinidad, yeah.
Cool.
I have a contract with 2 agro processors there. They're doing some stuff, getting their products on the shelves. They'll be getting in probably the first week of February. They're getting theirs, going to debut theirs also to the stores. But yeah, they have some really good food scientists and agro processors there. It was a gem, but I had to get some work. I had to put in some work to get that, to make that connection. But we secured an exclusive contract with them, and I'm glad about that. And that's another thing we want to do with a lot of the farmers. We want to give them a contract, and what we'll do is a percentage of the revenue that we have will pay for agribusiness insurance to cover the farmers in the event of loss, natural disasters, etc.
Mm-hmm.
That's another area, that is big, because with agribusiness insurance, you can have not just coverage over your crops, but you can deal with insurance, life and health, dental, and everything within that package.
Really?
Jamaica has that, through Sagicor Insurance. And there's a package there, but it's funny because it goes to the other islands, and many of the other islands don't even know about it.
Well, I was gonna say I don't know of anything like that in St. Lucia, where that's one of the things that they have a fear of is like selling their produce to a foreign market and making sure that they don't get burnt. I even know a couple Seamoss sellers that have like sent Seamoss to sellers, have like sort of like invoices and stuff like that, and still couldn't collect payment on their products. You know what I mean? And so now they're just it's like, what do I do? How do they're kind of looking to me to help them try and track down these guys, and I'm just like, like the government should really be helping you sort of make sure that you're exporting this stuff, and that you know I don't know. I mean, we have this in Canada. If I sell something to someone and I don't get paid, I can go to the government. They'll help me try and track the person down.
So what I did, we had a contract with our supplier we have out of St. Lucia. We provide the contract, but also what we set up in order to build a trust is we did a 50-50 wire transfer, right? Mm. So with the PO, we put 50% down on whatever the total cost of the shipment. Mm-hmm. And then when it was prepared and it was at port, and once we know we received the documentation that we got from Amerijet or American Airlines, whoever we were dealing with at that time, then we sent the other 50%.
Yeah, and you just released.
We know the documentation was there. But what happens is that a lot of people who would be exporters don't register their company. It's a very important point to do that, right? To register it and set it up, because you can move forward with a letter of credit, to be able to get your stuff sold. The letter of credit works. Mm-hmm. It builds trust, and you can secure your, the transaction with both parties. So I always recommend that as the first. It's like Trade 101. And I actually got that out of Enterprise magazine. No, Entrepreneur magazine. They had a package that I bought like maybe 7, 8 years ago, about export-import business. And that's one thing they were saying, and, start off with a letter of credit and so on and so forth, and the different forms. And I've been able to use it. Not really a big fan of Bank of America as far as with personal banking, but they have a far reach when it comes to international transactions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm learning a lot. Like this is like where you're at in the business is sort of like the direction that I eventually want to take, and that is kind of like being sort of an import exporter um, between St. Lucia mainly and and North America and other countries. Like I'm looking at honey too, is another product that I want to try and get into exporting, and start developing honey apiaries in St. Lucia and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely want to connect you. I mean, we can throw in a little wrinkle to that. I got some honey out of West Africa. I have a friend named Steven. His parents are from Trinidad and Tobago. He lived here. He went to college here. Has his MBA here in the United States, and he now lives in Ghana, but he does business across the continent. Mm-hmm. He sent me some honey in that was from West Africa. And what was unique about it is that the cocoa producing countries, because first of all, Africans don't want to hurt the environment. They don't want to hurt bees, etc. Right? Mm-hmm. Naturally. The bees feed off of the cocoa beans. They love chocolate. They love cocoa. They love natural cocoa, right? Yeah. And the product that came out was a chocolate flavored honey. Okay.
Wow.
And that was the most amazing product I've ever had. Okay, shelf stable, etc. And what we another product that we want to that product as well as honey's of course in demand, but people want to know that there's no harm to the bees. You know how the process is going, but the way they set it up, just the process was so fluid. And another area is date syrup. Date syrup is a replacement sweetener to me for that. I've even used it with the Seamoss gel instead of honey, right? Based on the consistency, and it's so nutrient and vitamin rich. You know what I mean? Very good for the body. It's a really good sweetener.
Yeah, no, date syrup, that guave. I heard people talking about monk fruit too is big, but that idea you gave me really about the honey, um, because I know we produce a lot of cocoa pods and stuff in St. Lucia, so I'd like to see if maybe I can approach a couple farmers in that region and see if I can put bees on them, or even just get the cocoa pods and open them up and let the bees just go like forage on that stuff. Um, I'm
That's
like,
all you have to do. Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, that's all you have to do. Mm-hmm.
no, I'm a beekeeper actually, and so I'm familiar with like I know, like if you just cracked open the pods and stuff, they would just eat that shit all up, and then it would go right into the honey, and it would add a unique flavor profile. And that's sort of what I want to get into. Like I see the direction of honeys going in. Like there's going to be like a high end market for honey, where people are going to want it from different regions of the world. Different, it's going to be like fine wine in a sense, and this is what they'll add to like their charcuterie boards and stuff like that, and be like, oh yeah, this is like essence of lavender or whatever in the honey, and this flavor or whatever flavor. So like when you say like to come and say I have like a chocolate flavored honey, that would be huge. You know what I mean? You could charge like triple for that price for that stuff.
Yes, the quality is excellent. I've never experienced it. I mean, he blew me away. He brought me 50-gallon drum. Okay, over there. And I remember he got it in, and I went to his house because he was in Charlotte, North Carolina, because that's where I live.
Yeah.
And I do business out of South Carolina because I like to stay close to where the ports are. Anywhere, so I'm close to the Port of Norfolk, Port of Wilmington, Port of Charleston, Port of Savannah. But yeah, I definitely think it's something you can look into. It's a product that I think you should get. And I also want to say that with what I'm doing in this particular initiative, I talked to with my team and my business partner. We don't mind if there are more than one suppliers of the same product, right? Because you can trick the market to coming to you, right? And they think that they're selling to someone else, but we're all in the same cooperative.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing they do with cars, okay? Daimler has done the same thing with Chrysler and all these other brands. We need to do the same thing with food.
Yeah. No, I'd really love to connect with you and definitely see how I can help you with sourcing stuff out of St. Lucia. I know for the CMOS, definitely, what I mean, we can be someone that can help facilitate whatever amount you need. Like, not only do we have our own farms, but we're connect. Like, I probably know the person that you bought the CMOS from. You know what I mean?
You probably do.
Yeah, it's not how do you say it? There's not a lot of players in there. You know what I mean? And even when you talk about the daughter and stuff like that, it's like I kind of have an idea of where you're getting it from. At least, definitely the region. You know.
Yeah, and like I said, the quality is superb. And what we did is we took it to a laboratory. We got some samples. Pretty penny. We paid $950.
Nice.
For the lab, but they came back with the nutritional facts and everything, and we got to these percentages, the moisture content, and everything, and the differences. between the green, gold, and the purple Seamoss.
See, no one has that. No one has the differences.
Yeah, that blew my mind. It was still have the lab reports, still have them with the nutritional fact labels that they added there, and because we know we needed it to get into the stores, we couldn't get it to the stores if we didn't have that on the label.
Yeah, you need the certificate of analysis or whatever it is. For, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, analysis, exactly.
To show what's in the product, the nutritional value, and everything. But that's crazy. Yeah, man. Well, I hope like we can connect and see if we can do some business together. Like, yeah, like kind of like the client that I like to work with is the guy.
Yeah, I sent you my website. I didn't know anybody else wanted, but I sent it to you in private message to you and Reginald. And my phone number. So we should probably have a conversation maybe later in the week. Maybe like closer to Thursday or Friday. And we can discuss a few things. But I'm going to be moving to Jamaica. Of course, I have to go to Antigua and Barbuda. So I know I have to go to St. Lucia, at some point. Yeah, so we can meet somewhere around there, whether there, Canada, or whatever. I move around a lot, so
yeah. Well, I'm always traveling. I think I'm going to be in St. Lucia. I'm hoping to be sometime either February or March. If it wasn't
that's a good time. Yeah, I'll be in the region then.
Yeah, if it wasn't for COVID, I'd probably be there right now. Like, yeah, it sucks. It's difficult to travel in Toronto, like to leave here and stuff. So,
well, are they? Because I know I heard Justin Trudeau talking about something, what they were going to do. I know they had lockdown before, but I wasn't sure if they were headed to that again, with the Omicron variant. Because, of course, the U.S. is ridiculous right now. You got very ignorant people who think that it's just they think that everybody's going to be affected the same way in terms of flu, but people don't know how depressed their immune system is. Okay, they're just guessing. But I know I did get vaccinated for a while. I was debating with it, but again, Seamoss to the rescue, because when if you take the 2 shots, like Pfizer, for example, right?
Yeah.
Most people have experienced the first one makes you really sleepy and everything else, and the second one you have like cold sweats and different physiological changes, right? But once I kept up my consumption of Seamoss and a few other things, it didn't affect me the same way, right? And I was like, basically, well, what are y'all talking about? Because I didn't feel it. But yeah, I only really needed to get vaccinated just so I can get back and fly into Antigua or whatever without having to quarantine for 14 and 21 days. That's all I need to do.
Yeah, it sucks that you have to go through that, like take that medication just so that you can do that. When a lot of times you're not at risk, or you know what I mean. It's not like everybody that's coming in has got the bug with them. It's just like, I don't know. It's crazy, but I think it feels like in Ontario we've always been in a lockdown. Like it's just never ending. They give us a little bit of freedoms and then they pull it right back and stuff. And I'm just over it. And in general, I feel like, like me taking the CMOS and a few other things is what's helping with my immune system. I think I was just naturally, how do you say it, immune to it. Like I have a natural born immunity. I haven't gotten sick once from this COVID, and I'm not to say that I'm taking a lot of risks, but I'm also not like some of these people with the precautions. And that's what kills me too. It's like most of the people that take the most precautions are usually the ones that get it first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's funny. That is so true.
Yeah. So to me, it's like, why bothering? Like, it's just like you're either gonna get it or you're not. That's what I tell people. It's like, and I don't know. I have faith in God, and I believe that God's put me on this earth to for a purpose, and that my purpose isn't over yet, and that I am following my assignment, and so I'll be protected as long as I kind of like live in God's grace. I have faith that I'll be fine. You know, that's my view at least. So we'll see, but I think if I leave the country and I come back, I have to stay in like a hotel and pay for the hotel to stay there, which is bullshit. I don't want to do that. So.
Yeah, it is. That's what I was trying to avoid when I went back home, was to do that, because of course they want to. Once you're outside the country, to them, everyone who lives outside of the Caribbean is a millionaire. So they want to take your resources as much as possible. And I just didn't feel like doing that part. But yeah, I get what you're saying about that, and it's unfortunate because you have to be caught in limbo, and a lot of people find themselves in that position of being caught out there in other countries. People from Australia, whatever. I know some people have been here for months and haven't been able to get back into their country. So whatever you do has to be well worth it.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But I don't know. I'm hoping that like something's gonna happen and all this stuff is going to become irrelevant, and then I'll be able to have the freedom to travel and stuff like that. Because I don't know. To me, it's like everything that they're doing, it's all a money play at this point right now. It's all about these corporations trying to squeeze all they can to get as much return back on whatever they invested. And so there's going to be a point to which the public is going to have enough, and then they're going to back off and realize, okay, we can't squeeze. Like these guys know how far to squeeze us till just before we're about to break. And so we haven't really broken yet. You know what I mean? There hasn't been mass riots in the streets of everybody freaking out saying, no, enough is enough. You know what I mean? And they're gonna try and push every booster to that point. But when these politicians' jobs are threatened, and they realize, okay, public opinion is not on their side, they're gonna flip really quick. You know what I mean? Because they're all doing this to protect their jobs in the first place. That's why they're always like error. We're just being safe or erring on the side of caution. That's not you're not taking risks because you're afraid of it backfiring on you. Do you know what I mean? That's why we're doing this, all this safety measures and stuff like that, is because if these guys don't do it, then and something bad happens, they don't want the world to turn on them and be like, oh, you weren't tough on COVID. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, it's better to be tough on COVID than to not be tough on COVID. So I'm just waiting it out. I'll see what happens in the next few months. But I think people are getting to that point where they've had enough and they're getting tired of it.
You're seeing that in Europe, France, and some other countries. They definitely, they've been January 6 3.0 in most of those places. I mean, and a lot of the mandates, but they haven't gotten to that point here in the United States yet. But the crazies are usually the ones who are anti-vax. I mean, they'll pull guns on you or whatever. You know what I mean? And resort to any kind of violence over here. But yeah, they're not at that point yet. But it's going to get there, and I think that a few American cities here are close to the point where they may lock down. Because the hospitalization rates are really high, the daily fatality rate is high. They're running out of ventilators, similar to what they were going to before. But the Republicans are at this point now like, no, we're not going to shut down, and et cetera, et cetera. For example, the governor of Texas, he's against the president, he's an idiot, et cetera, whatever. And he said that they didn't want to wear any masks, they wanted to be free and open. But now he's asking for help from the federal government. because it's gotten so bad.
Really?
But sometimes in my own way, I guess the dark part of myself is like, if you choose to live a certain way or put yourself in harm's way, then that's your choice. I believe if people should have freedom of choice when it comes to that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I agree, but I don't know. Like, I feel like the problem was that we didn't have proper hospital capacity to begin with, and so we should have, like, something like this. We should have a, like, proper capacity of, like, this is all about saving money and cutting costs. And do you know what I mean? Like, if we weren't doing that and we were spending what we needed to spend on healthcare, regardless of the cost, then maybe we would have some room for it to sort of have an issue like this. It's like part of the problem that we're doing these lockdowns is because we haven't invested enough in our healthcare system. Our healthcare system has become so expensive because we charge so much for everything, because we're, trying to, like, exploit insurance companies and all this other scams that we always do. You know what I mean? It's like these scams are catching up to us. I don't know.
Yeah, because we know about the prescription drug prices in Canada. Americans have been running across the border to get cheaper drugs for decades, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now here they're raising the prices to exorbitant levels that people can't even afford for medications. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but the ace of spades is natural foods and remedies, right? Which we know.
Yeah.
So we have to promote Seamoss and other things that we know we have, bay leaf and a lot of things that, soursop leaves and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
As we can't say it as it is an alternative for these medications, but it is an immune support system, right?
Mm-hmm. For just good health.
Right, good health, yeah. Because just imagine. I know there's a school in Florida where the principal is doing this. There's an African American principal that's doing it, but he has smoothie bars for the children. So now instead of them getting junk, in the morning, many of them didn't even have the money to buy breakfast, whatever. Mm-hmm. So now they can go there and make their own smoothies. So just imagine if we were doing this and had Seamoss also available, Seamoss beverages and other things to these schools. What it would be doing to them, you're taking the sugar and these grease and everything out of it and giving this at the beginning of the day. What it would do for them, intellectually, mentally, emotionally, in terms of their stability.
It would change the planet.
Yeah, it would exactly change them. So
like, no, literally, dude. Like, I wish, like, I had the money to fucking give free Seamoss, because every kid that I've ever ran into or met that takes Seamoss, like, their confidence is like through the roof, and then their mental clarity and their focus, you know what I mean, their lack of fear. That's the biggest thing that I've noticed in them. They're fearless. They're just like, give me the word. So imagine kids having that, and then you put them in this environment where you're challenging them to learn and to grow. You know what I mean? Just even being able to sustain yourself the whole day without feeling hungry. You know what I mean? That's what CMOS could do for these kids.
Yeah, it definitely eliminate, because now with COVID, the giving the children, like Omicron, for example, one of the side effects, whereas before with Delta and the initial variant, children were basically unaffected. They just had a little cold, right?
Mm-hmm.
They get over it and they'll be okay. But with the Omicron variant, they've been detecting diabetes in a lot of the children.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? And so, but we know that the contents in terms of what CMOS can do can reverse a lot of those effects.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right about that. That's what has to happen. But it's like, I think for the children, CMOS gummies and stuff like that if we mainstream that product, it will make it more popular to them. In different characters or like little bears or whatever else that you have. They would consume it more.
Yeah. No, it needs to be, like you say, more mainstream or more readily accessible. But see, that's like the right people have to do it, because one of the fears that I have, or the concerns that I have as a consumer getting these products off the shelf, is I don't know where they came from. And, when you're looking at something from Walmart, my concern would be, how do I know that this wasn't sourced from, Vietnam or some other country where, the cost of the CMOS is like pennies a pound, and that they're not the same sort of business practices or treatment that I would want to, it's like having real honey and fake honey. You know what I mean? How do I make sure that the quality of honey that I have is legitimate? You know? So
Yeah, I want to interject something there. It's going to cost me a pretty penny, and I know this. And we'll talk more about this when we're, I guess, outside of the Clubhouse forum or offline. There's actually a company that has these elemental analyzers, right? And they're mobile, they're remote. These guns they use, and it's worked on the Seamoss. So I spent all of this money, to take it to the lab. Even though, this costs pretty much, but I went to the company to say, okay, well, I needed to test this out. I want to see how well they work. But like traces of magnesium, selenium, and everything like that, you can calibrate it to where it can detect it.
Wow.
Just by pointing the gun on whatever the sample is.
It's crazy. That's like,
right? So,
it's Star Trek right there.
Yeah, it would be able to separate, junk on the market, and as well as high quality stuff, right? Be able to determine what it is. But also, like I always tell a lot of people, you have a lot of people who put Seamoss in the bags and it's still moist. It hasn't been dried well. And then I've seen it where it's like, it smells, stench. You know what I mean? That's what we do. No, don't use it. Don't use it. If you get it, you want it to get dry to a certain point where you'll be able to use it. But, there's certain things that are going on now in terms of practices that are not healthy. So I think if we lead the charge in setting up these processes and providing, certificate of analysis, stuff like that for the foods, CMOS, and getting the proper concentrations, nutritional facts, and everything else to validate the CMOS that you have, I think it could really change things around, and it will cause a lot of the other sellers to be able to step their game up.
Yep.
A lot of people are making thousands of dollars, okay, weekly. You know what I mean? Off of the sale of CMOS. They're doing very well. But there needs to be regulations. Don't look like you do with the tobacco industry. We're just dealing with a healthy product. And we have to take a direction now. To other people, it's like, okay, well, you're crazy, or you're stopping all the rest of us from getting the money. No, we want to create a higher standard for it. We need to set it, whether we call it Beyond Organic or whatever name that we coin for it, to say that we have something that's very natural and a product that people can believe in and they can guarantee it. There's a brother, he's on YouTube. You can look it up. It's called African Fly, right?
Okay.
He has a product that is similar to Spanish Fly, but it's with all natural products to be able to help men maintain, have them strong erections, whatever. But in his product, he has a lot of different herbs, and I believe Seamoss is one of the products that are there. Okay, so in terms of libido, so people just need to know what it could do to the body. Okay, but if they can see it, you know what I mean, in the concentrations that are there, people would jump on it. People with osteoporosis or pre-osteoporosis, whatever, or who had genetic predisposition to bone loss, the levels of potassium and calcium in there could do a lot for them. You know what I mean? But they need to know this.
Yeah. there
We
needs
need
to
to
be
have
some
an information
standard.
campaign and commercials that will be able to promote the product.
I agree. And there needs to be some kind of standard information of actual information, because there's a lot of um, I don't know, theories or, hypothesis or opinions, but nothing, what I mean, not a lot of information that's really rooted in actual like science or testing and stuff. That's what I see. And there's too much debate about this or that, or, what I mean, what CMOS really is.
Yes, I do agree with that, and I think that you have the Dr. Sebi
Hmm.
zealots, and I respect Dr. Sebi. Don't get me wrong, but people say, okay, well, if it's not this, and Dr. Sebi said this, whatever. So I said, look, before Dr. Sebi even talked about CMOS, it was already out there.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what I mean? They're like three different varieties that are out there. You know, Conjus crispus. They have the Gracilaria, and you have a third variety, but it's already been out there. It's being used. You can find it in the New England states. You have varieties that are up there, and of course, Ireland or certain parts, off the coast of Europe or Scotland, whatever. But Vietnam, like you said, Thailand, around those different areas, Cambodia, or those waters, it's available. So it's not new. And I think a lot of people need, like you said, need to be educated about it and take it to the mainstream. The same thing with soursop. Grenada is the only country that's allowed to export soursop into the United States.
Why is that? Is it?
It's the only one.
Is there like because they have a facility that shows that they can do it, or like
Okay, now before I go, I'm about to get off the line, but I just wanted to share this with you. Antigua had a ban on mango for about 30 years. Okay, to get into the United States.
Yeah.
You know what? It was actually someone from St. Lucia who did this. The ban was unwarranted. What's been happening in the USDA, they've been preferential treatment that it can come from certain places. Mm-hmm. So soursop pulp or soursop can come from certain places, but they weren't allowed. You can find soursop on most of the islands.
Yeah.
All that has to be done is that the Ministry of Agriculture has to submit a letter lifting the ban from that commodity from that country. That's all it has to do with. If there are no health concerns or any infectious, disease or bacteria, whatever that could be transferred, no insect or whatever that's connected to it, the ban could be lifted. All it takes is a phone call and an email.
Yeah.
To be able to lift it. Grenada got on top of it. They were been ahead. They've been doing it, but the other islands could do the same thing. It's just the willingness, like you said again, the bureaucracy. Sometimes I wonder. I go to the different, the Ministry of Agriculture. I mean, you have some of these people who's driving around some really nice cars and wearing nice clothes and everything, and I'm like, how are they getting paid?
Yeah.
Where's that coming from?
It's crazy. It's crazy the level of corruption and just how these guys they all love to show. You know what I mean? Like it's all show, no work. You know, it drives me crazy. And like what you said earlier about the private sector needing to step in to fuel this stuff, you're so right. It's like super important, and they're just not doing it. You know what I mean? Like there's just like the I don't know. I don't know what to say, why or what, but I just know there's opportunity there. There just needs to be the right person to come in and try to push things in the right direction. I think these guys are more concerned about getting like free money from grants and stuff like that, so that they can, just do studies and stuff like that. And I don't really see them trying to really sort of build markets or develop sales anywhere. Like sometimes it's just a matter of picking up the phone and calling these people, and like just how you figured out how to sell to Cisco and all these other places. Like, why aren't our governments calling these guys up and saying, okay, what do you need? We have the stuff. How do you want us to send it to you? You know what I mean? That's kind of what I see needs to happen, and it's not. You know, my
Yeah, I gotten to the point. I remember talking to a lot of different investors. You know, I had business plans, business proposals, etc. Right, and I got frustrated to the point where I just started taking revenue I generated from trucking, sale of Seamoss, and actually sold some land in Antigua and took that capital, which I'm going to take that capital and invest it into the business to be able to get more inventory. And somebody said to me, "Oh, why don't you go to the bank and you can do this and you can pay the mortgage loan?" Look, sometimes you just have to make that hard decision and say, "Hey, I'm going to do this." I can buy land anywhere else after that. Land is always being bought and sold, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just said, this is some land that I could afford to part with, and I need to get it into the business. Sometimes that's what you have to do. Yeah. You're not going to have an angel investor that's going to come along. You're not going to be able to go onto Indiegogo or some crowdfunding platform to raise the money. It's just have to use what you have. It's just getting into the right position. Mm-hmm. One of the other things too, and the same thing, no difference if it's Canada, getting general liability insurance to cover the imports was a big part of it. I was wondering why Cisco and all these other companies weren't dealing with me. That was it. We didn't have a general liability insurance policy that was between $1 to $3 million. Once we got that, then everything, the door started to open. Once we told them we had that part, everybody wants to talk to us after that.
Mm-hmm. And why is it so important to have that liability insurance, just in case something goes wrong? They know that they can come after you for.
Yes, that they know that you're covered. You've protected yourself as the source, supplier, or distributor of the particular product, right? If there's anyone that gets sick or ill, whatever, they could do it. Because insurance companies, they will back you up. And, you'll have that layer to be able to fight for you to make sure it's because it doesn't mean that every insurance claim is going to be, successful. Mm-hmm. But what it shows is that you're protecting the interests of the third party or distributor or the buyer of your particular product, right? Mm-hmm. That you're covered so it doesn't, attack them or their organization. You're taking responsibility for it, for the product. But that's a requirement, is a certificate of insurance that they require, and even having a warehouse. Because now we got in with America, one of the big warehouses operations across the country here. Mm-hmm. To be able to store the product. So it's just different things that need to be done. But we'll elaborate. More in detail on that on another day or whenever we talk later this week. Okay. Like I said, the business, I'm open to it. I know there's a lot of things that we can do. I'm also trying to work on, because I know the elevation in St. Lucia is good, because I also want to work on strawberries there. Really? Strawberry production. Yeah, because I met a couple of farmers there that are interested in it. I'm interested. I know that Jamaica, I have 3 farmers that are producing strawberries there. Yeah. Some very high quality strawberries. Very sweet, very shelf stable. So, and it could be done in St. Lucia, possibly St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they had a situation, I think, with the volcano, the eruption. But Jamaica, Dominica, St. Vincent and Grenadines, and St. Lucia have the elevations there to be able to do that. So there's other things that we could do.
Yeah, you know what? I'm very interested in seeing how the strawberries. Like, I'm very interested in the strawberries, because not only do I see it as a market for exporting, especially in the regions, but I could see something where we could get started with the strawberries, sell some to you, but still make a decent business just selling it locally. You know what I mean? And
Definitely, and we reduce the import bill because remember, we're importing in excess of 85% of the food that comes in to these islands. Okay, and we're spending a lot more money. A lot of it is coming from not directly from South America, but coming from there, going to the U.S. and then being sold from the U.S. at a markup. So you're getting a markup from a markup to a markup to get to you. Yep. And we could be producing the food there, and we have to take control of that. We can't leave it up to the government to say they're going to do it. Every government says every election cycle, we're going to do something for the farmers. And the farmers sit there waiting around. Yeah. You have generations with this intellectual property that have passed away and have been unable to pass it on to the younger generation because people see it as, you are uneducated, undereducated, whatever, if you're doing something with farming. You kidding me? People get degrees related to agricultural, agribusiness, agri-trade, and agricultural sciences, right? It's a huge market. Yeah. Out of Mexico alone, they've made billions of dollars. They still have a lot of poverty in Mexico, of course, due to corruption. But they made billions of dollars from their exports. And they're only using less than 10% of their land, probably less than 5% of their land for agricultural production. If you're talking about combining several of the islands together, we can outproduce or produce as much as the same capacity as they have coming out of Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico. Yeah. No, that'd be huge. And it would, like, people would buy that stuff from us because it's like, how do I put it? Like you're saying, like, why would they double import this stuff? Like, for the region, like the Caribbean region, you mean you have this product, you can easily sell it to these other countries. It's kickbacks. Okay, they're getting money from those particular governments. Like, for example, this is the craziest thing. I remember delivering to Aldi a few years ago. Now, Aldi, of course, I think it's tied to the Netherlands or Germany, the two brothers. Lidl, Lidl, one of the brothers owns that, and Aldi is another supermarket chain owned by the other. Very good quality food, by the way. What I noticed is that they were getting pineapple all the way from South Africa. So just think how far it has to travel. Yeah. This is pre-COVID. To get to the United States, it's a long way. You pretty much have to send it in there unripe. By the time you get it there, it's already ripe. Yeah. When we could be supplying that pineapple from the Caribbean into the market, we'd save them a ton of money. But like I said, we just have to get in the middle of it. It's not hard. This is the Wild Wild West. You can get in there and get in and fit in and figure out how to be able to sell to them and appeal to them, whatever. But like I said, we'll go into it and I'll can work you into what we're doing right now. But I'm quietly trying to do this. I'm not even going to go on no radio stations. I'm not going on the newspaper. I'm not doing no photo ops with any prime ministers. I'm not doing any of that. Yeah. I'm just going to just go ahead and do the work, get it done, and start. Let the success of interacting with small entrepreneurs there in the different islands, let it speak for itself. All right. Let's do it. I'm hyped. I'm ready to do something with the strawberries. Like, I'm willing to invest. Like, I got family with the land, and I'll send the seeds down and shit for them to get started on the strawberries, and even the materials to build the mounds and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to send you when you contact me. I'm going to send you my email address. I am going to send you a business proposal because I actually have a contract, a pending contract I have to fulfill. I talked to an investor who's supposed to be helping us with some of the finance for it, a licensing agreement. We're actually with Betty Boop. It's a Betty Boop character, which is very popular, especially amongst girls, whatever, young people, and some older people. So we're connecting it to strawberries. Mm-hmm. and we actually have her wrapped in the Jamaican flag, a dress made of the Jamaican flag with strawberry, because the strawberries originated from there. So we actually would do that. The flag of St. Lucia should be wrapped up in St. Lucian garment, headdress, whatever, and have her own product. But it's going to be the first labeled product. So what we're doing is doing this with strawberries across the board. So now you don't have to see the bland Dole or Berry Farms or whatever the other strawberries on the market. Just a plain packaging is actually going to be an animated character, because what we're doing is tricking the children to want it, and then the parents to buy it for them because they want it. So it's kind of like using people like on the Wheaties box and just doing this. We're trying to get with Invest Barbados to be able to do it there, because who's connected to Barbados? Rihanna. No bigger celebrity that you can probably get to endorse any product. So, like I said, it's a few things that we're thinking of doing and doing it. And it can really encompass a lot of different people. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in that. I'll send you the documentation on the strawberries, on the strawberry project.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to be a strawberry, like see what it would require to become a strawberry supplier for you guys. And then I'll just get the land together and I'll start making strawberries.
All right, I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and get some rest, because I don't want to have a busy week this week, putting everything together. But it was good to talk to you. I'm always glad to share some knowledge and information, and I look forward to hearing from you via email.
Yeah, thank you. No, I'm glad that you've been in this room before and we've talked about Seamoss before, right? Haven't we? Or
Yeah, I've kind of lingered and hung out and listened to a lot of people in there, and just sometimes just pop in and out. I try to keep a low profile on Clubhouse, but I've made some good connections. It's just sometimes it's just the right time, right place, to make connections.
That's what it's like in any situation. The universe like presents the opportunity. You just got to be there to walk through that door and you know what I mean, make something happen out of it. But yeah, I'm really glad that I met you, and I figure like hopefully we can do some business together. If not, maybe I can introduce you to the people that will help you get you to where you got to go. You know.
Sure, I appreciate it, and I also want to. The last thing I wanted to say, turmeric, and Seamoss. That combination for skincare is probably is transformative.
Really?
Yeah, turmeric, making like a paste with it as a face mask. Healthy, of course, but it's really good. It removes a lot of the bacteria that you find in blackheads and stuff like that, and bumps that people have. So just look into that product as well.
Yeah. Well, I actually have a client of mine that makes a turmeric CMOS face gel that you put like a face rub or whatever mask that you put on your face. But I didn't know it helped with all that stuff like blackheads and everything like that. That's cool. So yeah, I'm gonna check more about it. Oh, I should start winding this down. Usually, I try to not do more than 5 hours, and we're winding on 5.5 hours. So I don't know. Unless Reginald or Prototype, if you guys want to talk about anything before we go.
No, I think I'm gonna go ahead and turn it in myself.
Yeah, I'm all done packing my Seamoss for tonight, so I gotta get up early in the morning, come back here, and actually I gotta meet a client because I sold a house over the weekend. So because I work one of my businesses, I'm a real estate agent in Toronto, and so because I sold them a house, they now have to sell their house, so I have to go over there and basically evaluate their property and tell them what they need to do so that we can sell it within the next month. It's a crazy market here in Toronto. Yeah, real estate's insane. So I guess with that, maybe we'll call it a night, everyone, and try. We'll definitely meet next Wednesday evening. I'll be back.
Sure, I'll be here as well. I appreciate you. Good to meet you, Reginald. Hope we can connect. Prototype the same. Hope we can link up and do some business together and get this healthy product to the people. Yes, get these health benefits out there to our people.
Yeah, man. All right, guys. Well, again, thanks, and you guys have a good night. I'm just gonna close out the room pretty quick. Do you want to say anything before I go, Maria?
No, I think I'm gonna touch up on it on Wednesday because there's this Canadian company that did an open letter to our government, and it's about how it's just some things with like the GMOs that's about to happen and whatnot. So yeah, I'll just touch up on it on Wednesday. And a lot of Canadians don't know that this is going on. So.
With the food, yeah. Come back on Wednesday and let's make that a subject to talk about is the future's food supply chain, because I think that's important for people to kind of even think about. You know what I mean? Like you may not be able to do anything now, but just be aware of what's going on, because you don't want to be caught off guard like the toilet paper situation, where one day you wake up and the next day, what I mean, there's no toilet paper. Can you imagine you go to to go grocery shopping and there's no food? Like, what are we going to do? You know, I'm not worried. I honestly, I've been farming and growing my own food for quite some time. That I've always kind of said to myself, like, if there's a problem and I need to eat, I want to know how to sustain myself. You know what I mean? If I even have to grow mushrooms, I want to know how to do that. So,
Right.
yeah. All right, guys. Well, again, thanks so much for everybody's contribution and everybody that stayed the whole time to listen and be a part
You're
of this.
welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure, man. I do this for everybody. And so, I'm glad that people come in and are getting value from it. And so I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Okay, sounds good.
Alrighty. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
In the room. All right, guys. I'm pretty much done packing my Seamoss for tonight. I'm gonna come home. We're gonna go home, get some rest, and then come back here tomorrow morning and start putting some labels on this. So most of the orders are gonna be going out tomorrow morning that have been ordered over the weekend. So great night, great conversation. Great meeting with that guy at the end. I'm really excited to see how we could maybe work together selling CMOS, and yeah, and let's get back here on next Wednesday and we talk more about food and food sustainability. All right. So until then, you guys have a lovely day and a lovely week, and don't forget to take your CMOS. All right. Take care.